Well, hello everyone. Welcome to another live stream on the History Bite podcast. And today I'm joined by Dr. Robert M. Price. And today we're talking about the amazing colossal apostle of the search for historical Paul. This is the first episode of Price Week that we've done this year. And we're going to be talking about it's going to be a 7-day straight live stream season in which we cover all 7 of the so-called authentic letters of Paul, or as Bob likes to call it, the Lucky 7. And today we're starting with Romans, how the Paulinist competition is harmonized in a forgery. So, Bob, thanks for joining me tonight.
Oh, it's a pleasure, as always.
And as usual, the links to purchase his books will be in the description below and the pinned comment. And the amazing colossal apostle will be among the links in the description below and in the pinned comment. So, Bob, when you look at the letter to the Romans, and you talk about how it's a compilation and a harmonization of different Paulinist views, can you tell us what exactly those various Paulinist views are?
Well, for one thing, I think you can sort of neatly dismember the thing, and that's probably just the beginning. I'm sure, a lot more minute analysis can be done, but at first, I found myself convinced by J.C. O'Neill's commentary on Romans, where he points out that the first couple of chapters don't really have the same gospel propounded in the rest of the book. And that if you look at it by itself, it kind of looks like a Hellenistic Jewish synagogue sermon. They're right at the end, sort of to tack it into place in the letter, like after the salutation and opening, and then before you get on into more Pauline material. All right, just a second. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. It must be Commissioner Gordon again. Let's see. It begins. Well, just to read a little bit of it in one. Let's see if I can read the tiny numbers. 18, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who by their unrighteousness suppress the truth. For what can be known about God is plain to them, because God has shown it to them. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made. So they're without excuse. For although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him, but they became futile in their thinking, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Claiming to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images resembling mortal man and birds and animals and creeping things. Therefore, God gave them up to the lusts of their hearts to impurity, in the lust of their hearts to impurity, to the dishonoring of their bodies among themselves, because they exchanged the truth about God for a lie and worshiped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason, God gave them up to dishonorable passions, for their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature. What's he talking about there? I think it's bestiality. The whole thing is based on Leviticus. Let's see. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless acts with men and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. And since they did not see fit to acknowledge God, God gave them up to a debased mind to do what ought not to be done. They were filled with all manner of unrighteousness, evil, covetousness, malice. They're full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, maliciousness. They're gossips, slanderers, haters of God, insolent, haughty, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient to parents, foolish, faithless, heartless, ruthless. Though they know God's righteous decree that those who practice such things deserve to die, they not only do them, but give approval to those who practice them. And so he says, you're without excuse. You know better. You should know better. You did know better way back at the dawn of time. But what happened? You resorted to debased, phony gods who couldn't hold you responsible for better morality. And so your morality or behavior sank like a rock. It's no accident. Idolatry breeds this kind of immorality. So you're without excuse. But then he turns it to, do you, oh man, to 3, do you suppose, oh man, you who judge those who practice such things and yet do them yourself, that you will escape the judgment of God? Or do you presume on the riches of his kindness, forbearance, and patience, not knowing that God's kindness is meant to lead you to repentance? But because you're hard and impenitent, because of your hard and impenitent heart, you're storing up wrath for yourself on the day of wrath, when God's righteous judgment will be revealed and everybody's going to get what's coming to them. And verse 9, there will be tribulation and distress for every human being who does evil, the Jew first and also the Greek. But glory and honor to and peace to everyone who does good, the Jew first and also the Greek, for God shows no partiality. Is this because of Jesus? We don't hear that note sounded yet. And again, who's he talking about here in verse 12 and following? For all who have sinned without the law, apparently Gentiles, will also perish without the law, and all who have sinned under the law will be judged by the law. For it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous before God, but the doers of the law who will be justified. Well, who's that? Just Jews who have the Torah? No. In verse 14, for when Gentiles who do not have the law by nature do what the law requires, they are a law to themselves, even though they do not have the Torah, basically the law. They show that the work of the law is written on their hearts, while their conscience also bears witness, and their conflicting thoughts accuse or even excuse them on that day when, according to my gospel. Now this verse 16 is apparently the tack that suddenly makes it Christian. That judgment day, when according to my gospel God judges the secrets of men by Christ Jesus. That's alien material. But the original would have continued in 17. But if you call yourself a Jew and rely on the law and boast in God and know his will and approve what is excellent, because you're instructed from the law, and if you're sure that you yourself are a guide to the blind, a light to those who are in darkness, like, light unto the nations, as Isaiah says, an instructor of the foolish, a teacher of children, having in the law the embodiment of knowledge and truth, if then you then who teach others, do you not teach yourself? While you preach against stealing, do you steal? You who say that one must not commit adultery, do you commit adultery? You who abhor idols, do you rob temples? I mean, he's not accusing them of actually worshiping idols, but they're certainly sinning in connection with them. Yeah, what the heck? It's just a bunch of statues. Let's steal the gold goodies in there. You who boast in the law, dishonor God by breaking the law. For as it is written, the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles because of you. For circumcision indeed is of value if you obey the law, but if you break the law, your circumcision becomes uncircumcision. There's no advantage. Right? So if a man who is uncircumcised keeps the precepts of the law, will not his uncircumcision be regarded as circumcision? Then he who is physically uncircumcised but keeps the law will condemn you who have the written code and circumcision but break the law. For no one is a Jew who is merely one outwardly, nor is circumcision outward and physical, but a Jew is one inwardly. And circumcision is a matter of the heart, by the Spirit, not by the letter. His praise is not from man, but from God. Then he says, well, then why bother circumcising? And then he gets on into that. But you see, the tenor of this is not to say, well, sorry, Jews, even fellow Jews, you got the law, but it's not really going to do you any good because salvation is by grace through faith. He does not say that here. He's saying, no, those poor Gentiles, they're the noble pagans. They never heard of the Torah. And yet their conscience already knows what is right and wrong. And some of them live according to that. And God is going to save them. God is going to acquit them on the day of judgment. O'Neill said, what does this have to do with Paulinism? What role is there for faith in Christ in this? This just sounds like a broad-minded Hellenistic Jew saying to fellow Jews, we exalt ourselves over these poor dumb pagans. They don't even know the Torah. Well, you do know it. Do you live up to it? Because I've seen that some of them who never heard of the Torah are observing its precepts better than us. So there's enough of this. We're better than they are. That's a whole different shooting match from what we hear about in the rest of the book, right? All the stuff about Abraham and so forth. He didn't need the law either. He was kind of a Gentile in a way, but he did have faith in God. Now, that's a different thing here. Obviously, he doesn't think Abraham knew that Jesus was coming and all of that. But he did know that faith in God saves. You don't need to keep the law, especially since it hasn't been given yet. And so I have to say, I find O'Neill's interpretation convincing. Based on what we know from every other, at least supposedly Pauline source, this isn't his message, right? This is liberal Judaism, not any kind of Christianity. So right there, I would say someone has tacked on a Hellenistic Jewish synagogue sermon. Now, the next section, which I will not read, just some section headings that spell it out. God's righteousness upheld in chapter 3. No one is righteous. The righteousness of God through faith. The difficulty of turning pages in a cheap Bible. Abraham justified by faith. The promise realized through faith. Peace of God with God through faith. Dead to sin, alive to God, death in Adam, life in Christ, and all that. That's a whole different thing. And this does have consistency, not with the first couple of chapters, but it reads kind of like a Paulinist treatise, Pauline exhortations. But then and all of it makes a lot of sense. But then starting in chapters 9 through 11, we have a segment that has to do with predestination. And by my reckoning, it really juggles three different conceptions of predestination. He's talking about God choosing the people of Israel versus the Gentiles and then shifting them around in different periods of history. And then the predestination of individuals who God has chosen or condemned on the basis of Calvinism before they ever had a thought to do anything. And then it goes off into yet another version of predestination. And then he gets into the remnant of Israel and how this fits in with Christianity. Here, by the way, and I'll let you get a word in edgewise in a second. He deals with the problem of why Jews en masse have already refused the gospel. Now, that seems to me a whopping big clue that this is not written in the lifetime, as we usually date it, of the Apostle Paul. During the time he was ministering, according to Acts anyway, it could not have been clear that, well, Jews are not coming to our banner. And what are they, all damned? And that's the basis for this debate you find here and in Thessalonians. Well, has God washed his hands of his chosen people? I guess so. No. Paul says, you don't see the big picture. God has it worked out by a timetable. You see, if all Jews accepted the gospel right off the bat, that would kind of take up all our time. But strategically, God has blinded them to the truth of the gospel, but only temporarily. He's not done with them. He's got a timetable. All the appointed Gentiles will be saved. And again, predestination figures into that, which Gentiles, but nonetheless, the Gentile period, what Luke calls the times of the Gentiles, that will be completed when the last Gentile is converted. And then what do you know? Jews will see this and say, we thought that Jesus was a deceiver and a false prophet, but look at this. Somehow he and his followers have managed to turn loads of these pagans into worshipers of the God of Israel. Maybe there's something to this. You can hardly say Satan created this. It can't be a false prophet who convinces pagan polytheists to worship Jehovah. Maybe we were a bit hasty, and then they're going to come right on in. And that, once it fulfills the whole appointed number of believers, that's it. You've had your chance, and the apocalypse begins. That's, is that the real Paul? Oh, that's complicated because, at least the way I read it, you have different perspectives. It looks like somebody has just taken different tractates about predestination and just slapped them together. Well, they're all about the same topic. Let's just put them together. Marcion's text didn't have this. And it's interesting that it refers to Jews as Israel in these 3 chapters, but as Jews in the ones before and after. So that makes that seem like it's part of a different source, maybe 3 different sources. And then you get chapter 12, which, as O'Neill calls it, is a pile of someone's pieces of advice. And this stuff sounds kind of like the Sermon on the Mount. And this is terribly embarrassing to those like James D.G. Dunn, whose work I greatly respect otherwise, who said that, this does sound like Sermon on the Mount stuff. Don't be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. It isn't in the Sermon on the Mount, but it does kind of sound like the same stuff. I bet, Dunn said, these were sayings of Jesus that Paul quoted, which means that, yes, the historical Jesus was well known to Paul, and naturally he quoted his material. But then why didn't he say Jesus said it, right? If you want to drive home the authority of this teaching, they're spoken by the Son of God who rose from the dead, and you're not going to give him the credit? You're just saying it as if you coined it? Well, yeah, maybe that's exactly what happened. That that the writer did not know these as sayings of Jesus, and same probably with the Sermon on the Mount. Whoever compiled those attributes them to Jesus, or the Q document. They say it's the narrators will say that they're from Jesus, but it doesn't say it in the sayings. I, Jesus, tell you, there's nothing like that. So there again, this bears in an unexpected way on both the fragmentary character of Romans and its nature as a kind of a scrapbook. But also on the historical Jesus question. If the teaching of Jesus was well known from the start, why the hell doesn't anybody quote it? And so there's interesting stuff here. Was this by the same author or something else? And then it goes on, and you like to jump to the end. Chapter 16 appears to be a letter to the church in Ephesus. It's addressed to, it mentions Priscilla and Aquila as among the addressees. They were not, they left Rome and wound up in Ephesus or nearby. But the point is, Paul knows everybody there, right? He gives a long list of people he knows and say hello to so-and-so for me. How can that be if in the beginning of Romans he says, well, of course, none of you know me at all, but I hope to meet you soon, and I'm trying to prepare the ground by introducing myself in this epistle. What's the point? If 16 were originally part of the thing. So there, and then Romans ends 3 times. Like there's a summing up benediction. What did he say? There's not even a PS, right? It's just that somebody said, well, I got some stuff I'd like to tack on here. Just like the Gospel of John, right? Chapter 21 sort of reproduces the end of chapter 20 and then hangs another bunch of stories on there and then repeats more or less paraphrases the original ending. I mean, form critically, you have to recognize that. And what it means is that the Epistle to the Romans is not a unitary work and appears to be later than what we think of as the death of Paul. Sorry about that. You can wake up now. I hope you had an alarm clock there because you probably need
no, it's no problem. we got a super chat question from Solar Knight. Thank you for your super chat. Doctor, explain Romans 13. Governing authorities are God's servants, agents of wrath and sword, similar Matthew 10, not come to bring peace but a sword.
Yeah, I think that the gospel saying not only you think I've come to bring peace on earth? No, I came to bring a sword, fire, etc. That and the similar one, the kingdom of God suffers violence, and violent men seize it by force. What is that? It sounds to me like a remnant of what Brandon and Eisler said, that there's an early version of the Jesus story in which he was a zealot type revolutionary, but that eventually got papered over because Christians were trying to hide their revolutionary origin and to pretend to, and it's okay, that's out of our system. We're pacifists now. We worship the Prince of Peace. So there's something that seems to go against the grain. Well, what about the thing in Romans 13 about the authority of the Roman state? You've got something similar in 1 Peter. G.A. Wells pointed out that it's exceedingly odd to think that somebody who thought Jesus was convicted by a kangaroo court and killed as an anti-Roman insurrectionist, only punishes the wicked, that God has given them the authority of the sword, and they don't use it against the righteous, just the wicked. How can such a person have thought that Jesus was unjustly put to death by the Romans? So again, there are long unnoticed anomalies that imply that you've got a patchwork quilt, and that the patches stem from very different early kinds of Christianity or early stages of Christianity. Now, Winsome Monroe, in a great book called Authority in Paul and Peter, goes into great detail and persuasively shows that this passage and several others, the so-called Haustafeln, the household codes, where it says, slaves, obey your masters, children, obey your parents, parents, don't be rough on your children, obey the king, pray for the government, and all that, that all of this stuff is what she called a pastoral stratum. That whoever wrote the pastoral epistles, which try to domesticate Christianity and have like a kind of PR thing. Now, let's not cause controversy. We don't want to bring Christianity under suspicion by the government. It's that kind of bourgeois Lions Club, not Romans Lions in the arena, but the Optimist Club version of Christianity. That same redactor or whatever you want to call him is responsible for this pastoral stratum. All the conventional, let's calm down, let's obey the government, let's not give anybody any reason to be suspicious of it, and that it is an insertion. And she shows in all these cases, of which there are several, that this conservative material clashes in train of thought and vocabulary with the surrounding material, and she thinks it has to be later Catholicizing, in Bauer's terms, insertions to tone everything down. And I think that's so the contrast that you're seeing is really there. I think you got 20/20 vision. It doesn't fit the context, and that's probably why we want to make Paul domesticated.
Can you talk about the hints in Romans that you've seen that talk about essentially the hint that it was written after 70 AD? That's aware of the temple being destroyed.
Yeah, in I believe it's in chapter 12. Let's see. Well, wait a minute. It's probably. Oh boy, sorry about this.
It's all right.
Oh, well, for instance, in chapter 11, I asked then, has God rejected his people? By no means. I myself am an Israelite, a descendant of Abraham, member of the tribe of Benjamin. God has not rejected his people whom he foreknew. Why would anybody think that, right? What would have some event has made him think that? Do you not know what the scripture says of Elijah, how he appeals to God against Israel? Lord, they have killed your prophets. They have demolished your altars. Hint, hint. And I alone am left, and they seek my life. What is God's reply to him? I've kept for myself 7,000 men who've not bowed the knee to Baal. So too at the present time, there is a remnant chosen by grace. But if it is by grace, it is no longer on the basis of works. Otherwise, grace would no longer be grace. What then? Israel failed to obtain what it was seeking. The elect obtained it, but the rest were hardened, as it is written, God gave them a spirit of stupor, eyes that would not see and ears that would not hear, down to this very day. So something has happened to enable him to declare that Jews en masse have spurned the gospel. And then in verse 9, and David says, let their table become a snare and a trap, a stumbling block and a retribution for them. Let their eyes be darkened so that they cannot see, and bend their backs forever. And to quote, so I ask, did they stumble in order that they might fall? By no means. Rather, through their trespass, salvation has come to the Gentiles, so as to make Israel jealous. And then you get into the thing, God's just sidelining his ancient people. making them not see the truth so he can get busy with the Gentiles. And when they're done, he'll snap them out of it. Well, that says, on the one hand, that Jews appear to have completely rejected Christianity, something that could not be evident in the time of Paul. And secondly, the quotes he picks about the destroying the altars and their table. What table is that? The dinner table? No, of course, it's the altar in Jerusalem. That's become a snare to them. It just seems to me like, poking them in the ribs. You know what I'm talking about here. And so I think if we had nothing else, that would imply that this is somebody placing Paul after the time implied if he were executed by Nero, which we only know from grossly legendary sources like the Acts of Paul.
And I'd like to remind everybody that the Acts of Paul does contradict First Clement. First Clement does not blame the Romans for killing Paul. All right, so what do you make of the character Tertius in Romans 16?
I used to think that that right at the end he's saying he's the amanuensis, that he wrote it down as Paul gusted on and on. But then next I thought, wait a second, is this a quick slipped in statement by the pseudonymous writer of the letter, that this really ought to be considered the epistle of Tertius, or however you say it, to the Romans? Who knows? But as you point out, it may simply, like these openings that list colleagues of Paul, apparently colleagues in the composition of the letter. And so he could be that could be the point here, that he wants to break in and say, yeah, this is my letter too. It's fascinating. Why is that little thing in there? It's got to mean something.
Yeah, I did consider the position at one point that it was actually the pseudonymous writer, but I think co-author is more likely, especially since he's claiming to work with Paul and not writing it by himself.
Right.
I think he inserted himself toward that basically in the final chapter because he didn't want to associate with everything that Paul was saying in between, or the pseudonymous writer claiming to be Paul. I think that's Solovia. And I'll try to keep this brief because I don't want to distract too much from the discussion of your book. But I'll ask you this question as kind of like a blend of it all. What do you make of Romans talking about? I think it's in chapter 3 when it talks about Jesus descends from the Patros, the fathers. Does it conflict with the pastoral epistles' hostility towards two endless genealogies in 1 Timothy and Titus?
You mean chapter 1, 3 through 4?
It's in chapter 3. There's a statement in chapter 3 that kind of elaborates on the beginning of Romans chapter 1, where it talks about Jesus descends from the fathers. Like Jesus, it's like he's claiming he saw a genealogy of Jesus. Let me find the exact passage.
Let's see. Chapter 3. Okay, let's see here. Oh, let's see.
Actually, I was looking at the wrong chapter. It's Romans 9:5. Whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came?
Yeah. I happened to be looking at the English Standard Bible. Well, in verse 3, for I could wish that I myself were accursed and cut off from Christ for the sake of my brothers, my kinsmen, according to the flesh. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the worship, and the promises. To them belong the patriarchs, and from their race, according to the flesh, is the Christ, who is God over all, or you can translate that other ways, blessed forever. Yeah, it would seem like he's saying he is ethnically an Israelite, but he doesn't really go into a genealogy. He just says he's Jewish.
Well, it sounded like he said fathers, so like he was emphasizing the patriarchs. But I do think it tracks Romans 1:1-3, Jesus being the son of the descendant of David.
Yeah, this.
You would say so. You would say that does contradict 1 Timothy and Titus.
Well, it depends on whose genealogies are in view there.
That's true. I have wondered if the genealogies were like a criticism of Old Testament genealogy lists, rather than necessarily being Jesus.
Also, it's possible that it's priestly genealogies, or even people that claim to be the blood relations of Jesus. We're told that there was this group called the heirs, who I guess were also called the desposunoi, the Lord's associates, whatever, who they like, that James and Simeon and so on were authorities in the church. And so that when Jesus was gone, James the Just took over, and when he was killed, Simeon Bar, what the hell's his name?
Cleophas?
Cleophas, yes. He took over, and then later on, a couple of his further descendants were hauled before the emperor because they thought, well, these guys are in the royal line of their Messiah. I wonder if they're troublemakers. And they just turned out to be a couple of hillbillies and said, oh, these guys, it's like Jethro Bodine here, get them out of here. But that shows that, and I think Julius Africanus says something about this, that these people showed off their genealogies to say, you see, we're of the royal house of Jesus, so you should listen to us. And it could be that it's that. But Schleiermacher thought that originally the reference was to the genealogy of the Gnostic ions proceeding from the Pleroma, because the pastorals do seem to be arguing against, or at least condemning, Gnosticism and Marcionism because of this business. Don't be fooled by gnosis, falsely so called. The antitheses, like Marcion's contradictions between the Old and New Testaments and all that. So it could mean that I'm not sure what the significance would be if there is a dig against Jesus's supposed genealogies, which are obviously false. They don't agree with each other and have internal problems. My guess is that's because they're trying to hide the fact that some early Christians believed Jesus was not descended from David. Like that, what about the Messiah? Whose son is he? And he says, why do the scribes say that he's the son of David? He couldn't be, because David wrote Psalm 110, and he refers to the Messiah as his Lord. Well, that had never happened. David would never refer to his descendant, no matter how regal and powerful as his Lord. So that certainly implies Jesus is shown saying that not he, because he doesn't identify with the Messiah, but that the Messiah, whoever he may turn out to be, is no Davidic descendant. So that was a kind of Christian, maybe a Galilean Christian, I don't know, argument against Jesus' genealogies. That would be my guess. You're saying, oh, come on. fabricating them. Like, look, why are there genealogies ad nauseum in Chronicles? What's the point? And are they real genealogies? Who knows about the second? But the reason for them being there is they're credentials for certain priestly houses. You see, we got the goods. We didn't just appoint ourselves. We go back in a long line. Did they? Or could they even know at the time? So whenever you see a long genealogy, including Luke's and Matthew's, they're trying to say, hey, now, wait a minute. Jesus was a Jew, contrary to what some say, and he was descended from David. Let's get that straight. Well, you didn't get it straight because Luke differs from Matthew. So tough to say, but I kind of think Schleiermacher might be right, that he's not talking about human genealogies, but who knows? Like Valentinus.
Solar Knight, thank you for your super chat. What is a harmonized forgery? Well, that's addressing me, but because that was the original title of the stream. Well, what I meant by that is writing a letter in Paul's name with different viewpoints being harmonized by pseudonymous writers. Would you agree with that, Bob?
Yeah, because I think O'Neill did believe there was a Pauline core to it, but if you follow his theories about the first few chapters and then look at various other people's theories, you get the idea that, like von Manen said, the whole thing, and this is true of all the epistles, is a patchwork quilt. My teacher, Darrell Dowdy, of blessed memory, said that if you look at any commentary on any Pauline epistle, you notice that the whole thing is harmonization. They're trying to say, now, wait a minute, how does passage B follow from passage A? What's the train of thought? And there really isn't one often. And so they try to make up some kind of logic that probably distorts the point of what you do actually have stated. Oh, well, it didn't mean this, what it looks like it meant. In light of the other passage, it must mean something else relevant to it. And this mischief makes it impossible to understand. Oddly enough, concluding that it's incoherent because it's just a mosaic of ill-fitting tiles is understanding it. I mean, if it's just like a whole bunch of fragments pointing in different directions, you're doing the text and yourself no favor by trying to force them into a coherent thing. Good luck with the Sermon on the Mount. Most scholars accept that. They say, well, this isn't a sermon given on one occasion. Even if this is only 2 or 3 minutes worth that you could read, nobody could remember such a thing after it was over. Right? This has to be a literary composition. And because it is, there's no clear direction of logic in it. Well, we recognize that with the various parts of the Gospels. Sometimes it's just catch words that different little pericope are about different things, but they happen to include the same thing, like little ones, infants, young disciples. They're not really the same thing, but it's kind of like a way of organizing it if you don't have anything but fortune cookie sayings. And so we sort of accept that with the Gospels because of form criticism, but people are slow to see that in the epistles, because if that's what they are, you are not dealing with epistles. And who knows who wrote the various pieces? So I think that's the reason for the difference. And when you realize, yeah, it is a bunch of patches, you do understand the text, but of course nobody wants to, because they want it to be coherent treatises that they can understand and obey, right? They want to be able to believe what Paul, the great apostle, is teaching, but suppose you can't tell what the hell he's teaching because it's not one guy and it's going off in different directions. Like First Corinthians, holy mackerel. Every chapter that flips around to refute the one before it. But, sheesh, I get on a soapbox here. I can't control myself.
Oh, it's all right. We got a super chat from Aries Aurelian. Thank you for your super chat. Did Marcion invent Paul?
Some think so, but I like the way Ehrman put it. He thought that the historical Paul was Simon Magus, but that the inventor of the literary Paul was Marcion, that Simon didn't write any epistles, but Marcion, who I argue in The Amazing Colossal Apostle could or should be understood as a kind of second generation Simonian, and as rigorous as he was lax compared to Simon. And I try to explain how they differ and why we ought to think one was the disciple of the other. I forget what the original question. Oh, was Marcion the inventor of Paul? He may have been the inventor of Paul, the epistle writer, if he wrote the epistles. And of course, there are able scholars like our host, Jacob, who doesn't buy that, but thinks that the traditional view is closer to the truth, that Marcion radically redacted earlier epistles actually written by a historical Paul, which may well be the case. I'm just juggling theories and trying to understand them all and compare them.
What do you make of the views of women in the leadership positions of women in Romans, contrast to that of the pastoral epistles?
My New Testament dissertation, The Widow Traditions in Luke Acts, a feminist critical scrutiny, I argue that, I explain why some scholars like Stephen G. Wilson, I think, and others say that the pastoral epistles were written by the author of Luke Acts, and various vocabulary arguments and other things. And I accept that. And I was trying to show in that book that, contrary to what people like to say, that, oh, Luke was the great friend of women and the advocate for women's ministry. Look at all the pious women that are characters in Luke and Acts. And I say, no, you're missing the point. Luke is trying to stop women's ministry. And you can really see that in the pastorals, right? Hey, I don't let women teach or to take authority over men, or as Catherine Krieger interprets, I don't allow women to teach that women authored mankind, that Eve created Adam, as it says in one of the Gnostic versions of Genesis. But it's very clear. Let's have done with the consecrated widows and the communes that wealthy benefactresses support in their lavish homes. No. From now on, let it be just a geriatric care arrangement. The women should not minister teaching house to house. They're easy marks for heresy. You're just asking for trouble. And after all, who was it who was deceived by Satan? It wasn't Adam. Oh, no, it was Eve. Oh, boy. He really doesn't like them. And when you, in light of that, look back at Luke and Acts, you realize there's this pattern in the nativity story. Anna, a prophetess who's being introduced as an especially holy oracle, prophesies about the infant Jesus, but it doesn't tell us what she said. But then it brings in another guy who's a temple prophet, and he starts talking about the great future of Jesus, the Redeemer, and all that. it seems obvious that Luke has taken it from Anna and transferred it to a guy. Or when in Acts 20, I think, 20 or 21, Paul and his buddies come back to Palestine, and it says that they met up with Philip the evangelist and his prophesying virgin daughters. They surely we're going to hear something from them now. Otherwise, why introduce them that way? But we don't. But what we do here is suddenly Agabus turns up. Last time we saw him was during the famine predicted in Jerusalem. But here he is way over here suddenly with no explanation how he got there. And he prophesies about Paul's coming arrest and so forth. It's obvious that originally it was the prophesying daughters, not Agabus. And so he's taken stolen the thunder from the women. And there are other less obvious examples, but once you see this, you begin to notice things about them. So I think that the pastorals are against women's ministry, but there is evidence in amid the supposedly authentic Pauline epistles that he knew of women's ministry and didn't think there was a problem with it. He certainly esteems Priscilla as a teacher, just as Acts does, but even in the Western text, Aquila is given priority over Priscilla, unlike the Alexandrian. But they mention Andronicus and Junia, noteworthy among the apostles. What? Some say, well, must have been that it must have been Junia, a female name, but they no, they said it must be an accusative or something. I forget the details of a form of the male name Junius with a US, but you can't really tell because of the conjunction, the conjugation and whatever the heck it is. My grammar has faded in the cobwebs. And they said that it had to be Junius with a U, which would have been a short form of Juniatus. Well, as it happens, among the many, many, many Roman names attested all over the place, there is not a single Juniatus. And whereas there's plenty of women named Junia. And so if the vocabulary means anything, Paul is talking about a male and a female team of apostles, and that they were great apostles, noteworthy among the apostles. And the chapter 16 is a letter of recommendation for what the heck's her name? Phoebe from the church at Cenchrea, and she is now to work with the church at Rome or Ephesus, depending on where it's aimed at, and it speaks of her as a diakonos, a minister. There is in the pastorals there is a female version, deaconesses as it's translated, but that's not what it says. So apparently you have Junia and Phoebe at least just mentioned without any fanfare or controversy in Romans 16. If that's Pauline, I guess it would be relevant. In chapter 10 of 1 Corinthians, the author, presumably Paul, I don't know, says that women can indeed prophesy in the Christian assembly, but if they are married, they need to have a veil on their head to symbolize the authority of their husbands. But prophesying virgins apparently do not. Because they're not under the authority of a man. And like Moses, they reflect the glory of God directly. And then supposedly that contradicts what you find in chapter 14, where it says that women shouldn't speak in church. If they want to know something, let them wait and ask their husbands when they get home. Well, some say that's a contradiction. Actually, it's not, because he's not talking about inspired prophetic speech there. Explicitly saying, what did he say, Gaius? What did you catch that? And so on. It's not prophesying. So women who were ordained, you might say, as prophesying virgins, they could minister in church, but by the time of the pastoral epistles, that's out, because they're afraid they're going to start spouting Gnosticism, as Kroger suggests, that they're teaching this Nag Hammadi type stuff. So there is evidence for a Pauline endorsement of women in the ministry.
For my final question, what do you make of my suggestion that Tertius could be the reason why Romans is okay with women and the pastorals are not? Could this be co-authorship? Could this be divergence in authorial views? Because in Romans, it's co-authored, much like what we see in Philippians and Colossians, which we'll no doubt discuss again when we get to the letter to the Philippians, that in Philippians and Colossians, they both talk about a divine Christ, a heavenly Christ. And he's manifesting in the flesh as a man, which contradicts the idea that he was born. It was kind of like a conflict with that, because instead of just becoming a man, you see in Galatians, Jesus is born of a woman, and there's links that are emphasized in Romans about Jesus descending from David. So anyway, to come back to the woman thing, what do you make of the idea that Tertius is the one that's actually okay with women being in leadership positions, whereas the main person calling himself Paul decided to make his more misogynistic viewpoints clear in the pastoral letters?
Well, it depends on who you think was a pseudonymous author, and which one might actually have been Paul, or if you have two different pseudonymous so-called Pauls. It's sort of independent of who you think the two authors were. But if there were two authors, whether one was Paul, the actual Paul, or not, you still could easily say, well, you have two different Paulinists here with different views. And I think the pastorals seem to belong to a later period of church governance, and so it would seem to fit in the pattern of sectarianism, where new religions begin with egalitarianism. It's the spirit that matters, not the flesh. And so no matter what race you are, Jew or Greek, barbarian or Scythian, whatever, or male or female, doesn't matter. We've got the spirit, and that's who speaks in us. Then later on, the new religion, with its radical stance, starts to accommodate and assimilate to the broader culture from which it once seceded, and it begins to morph back into the standard suburban church type of thing. And you start getting, I don't know if women ought to be ordained or not. Let them stay in the kitchen. So it seems to me, if the pastorals are later from that kind of setting, then they're more likely to be trying to end women's ministry. But if the other ones are earlier, then they may have still some of the sectarian nonconformism in them. Whether Paul wrote any of them.
The way I look at it is, it's like it's like First Corinthians and Galatians to me. Whereas, one letter where it's saying that he got it from men, another letter where he says he didn't get it from man, he only got from the Christ. That's how I see those contradictions, is that we got viewpoints of co-authors, and we're getting the prime pseudonymous author, the one that's calling himself Paul, giving more of his actual single author views in Ephesians and the pastoral letters. And I think that Ephesians kind of explains the conflict among the other two so-called Deutero-Pauline letters, Colossians and 2nd Thessalonians. It's like why do 1st and 2nd Thessalonians contradict each other a lot? But we'll save a lot of that when we discuss those other letters soon enough. But we do have another super chat that I want to take before we close. John Macker, 6490, thank you for your super chat. What kinds of theories have you come across concerning Paul's sexuality?
The only one I know of is what John Shelby Spong argued in Rescuing the Bible from Fundamentalism, that Paul was probably gay because he says that he had a thorn in the flesh that no matter what he did, he could not banish. And he says, well, based on Jewish ethics, he probably had a besetting sin of homosexuality and regarded it as a sin, but just couldn't stop himself. And he said, now, another reason for thinking he was gay was his negative attitude toward women. And Spong took a basically conservative view of Pauline authorship of the epistles. And so the stuff, I don't allow women to teach, etc., he said, that's just this catty, gay, anti-women stance, which strikes me as a kind of an invidious stereotype. But I just think that it's a very flimsy case. And that if anything, he probably was, well, he says he implies he was kind of asexual, just not interested in sex. And he says, I wish everybody was like me, but, I'm willing to forego that. I have every right as an apostle to have a wife to travel with me, but I don't do it because, of course, a husband has duties to his wife, and his Christian calling doesn't obviate that. So, and this is a perpetual problem with Protestant ministers, cheating. Which one are you really going to pay attention to, your wife or your congregation? And so Paul said, if you're married, you've got marital duties. But if you're not, you're free to serve God with all you've got. And ideally, and I wish everybody would do it, but of course, that's not for everybody, very broad-minded. I think that's all that was going on. That he, if anything, was just kind of non-sexual. He was much more, heavenly minded or otherworldly minded than that kind of to be sexually interested even. Or maybe it was like Origen, right, who made himself that way by self-castration, as some early Christians did, and that's mentioned in Matthew, of course. There's some men who are born eunuchs. Others are made eunuchs by men, castrated. But some have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. I guess to serve it or to get into it. We don't know. But he says, and the disciples say, holy mackerel, if that's the case, it'd be better not to get married to begin with. And he says, well, not everybody can accept that, but if you can, you should. And it seems to me Paul was one of those who felt, sure, yeah, that's the way I want to go. Wasted time on, have you watered the lawn? No, that's fine for homeowners, but now I got more important things to do. So I don't think it was even an issue with Paul.
There's a point that I forgot to mention earlier when I was talking about Romans being in conflict with the pastoral epistles on women. The verse about women shutting up and not being leaders in churches and being quiet in churches, that's in 1 Corinthians.
Yeah.
Some scholars say that's the interpolation. A lot of others say it's not. There is no manuscript evidence as an interpolation. There's only evidence that it moves around because of
Yeah, it's in
copyists
two
copying it
different
differently.
places in the
Yeah.
sequence, which kind of looks like it must have been a marginal note. And the next scribe said, "What? Wait a minute. Does this mean somebody left this out? Well, I better put it back in the new copy I'm making." But a couple of guys were in that position and picked different spots. That would make sense, but there's really no need for it, because on my reading of First Corinthians, in chapter 10, it makes it clear that it's unmarried women who can speak in church, or at least, they can speak without a veil. I guess there's still a bit of a problem because married women, if they're veiled, can prophesy or pray publicly.
It
But
sounds like, yeah, it sounds like to me that that's a conflict between a pseudo Paul and Sophanes, the co-author.
could be.
And
That makes sense.
I think the same person. This is why I make the argument. It's the same pseudo Paul in all the letters. Is that pseudo Paul in First Corinthians? I think that's the same person as Solo Scala from Jerome. Just to remind everybody.
Mm.
Could it be that in First Corinthians, he's giving us a viewpoint that's later expanded upon in the pastoral epistles? Because that's what it kind of sounds like that to me, that we're kind of getting, I think that's really where the evidence really starts coming together for co-authorship. They co-authored anthology, because in First Corinthians, we're getting the viewpoint of the same kind that we see in First Timothy, for instance. Now, I know that Jerome Murphy O'Connor, he used to think that Second Timothy was authentic, but First Timothy and Titus were not. And he saw a lot of parallels between Second Timothy and Romans. And that Second Timothy had a lot more in common with the other letters than First Timothy and Titus did.
Well, Schleiermacher thought that Paul did write Titus and Second Timothy, but that First Timothy was by someone else later, who basically was trying to combine those other two letters, which is why it's repetitive. Both it repeats stuff dealt with in Titus and Second Timothy. I translated his open letter on the so-called First Timothy, and it's pretty interesting stuff. His arguments. He was the first to suggest that any of the pastorals were spurious, and then it snowballed from there.
When you look at First Corinthians, you mentioned in the book that it appears to be the earliest known of the epistles of Paul. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
I'm thinking that's because it's mentioned. Well, we've recently discussed whether
First Clement.
First Clement is actually talking about this letter, but assuming that he is, then that would make it the earliest attested. However, that also gets into whether First Clement is actually by Clement of Rome, since it's anonymous technically, and all these things, like it's all sort of built on sand, because every part of the hypothesis is itself a matter of debate and so on. But at least going on what we think we have as evidence, it would seem to be the first one attested. And whether that means much or not, as to whether it was the first written or whatever, I don't know. But I think it's the first one we hear about.
When you look at First Corinthians, what sets it apart as a letter from all the other letters attributed to Paul? And my second part to that question is, what are the signs to you that First Corinthians is a forgery?
Well, there are two things. It's strangely enough kind of reminiscent of the Didache, which is overtly a church manual or a handbook, and it's organized according to topic, which is no surprise, but it says, now concerning this, now concerning that, now concerning the other thing. And First Corinthians is the same way. And that makes me, now I admit I may be mind reading here. It may be pure coincidence that he's saying, well, now let's turn to so and so. It may not mean anything, but I have to admit, since it does deal with all these church communal, church order topics, it makes you wonder if that's not how this thing began, and that it's not that Paul wrote it, but that somebody figured he was enough of a big name to attach to it to get people to go along with it. I think we certainly have that in the case of the pastoral epistles, which have the fiction of explaining to his apprentice Timothy and Titus how to keep order in the church, how to organize the deacons, and so on. Because he says with Timothy that he's about to come join him. Well, why is he telling him all this stuff if he's just going to reiterate the whole darn thing once he gets there? And so it makes me, it sort of spills over, I guess, guilt by association with First Corinthians, which seems to me also to be a church manual, basically. But you can't really prove it, and it would make sense as a letter. I guess I'm a big form criticism fan, and and you don't find this in the other epistles attributed to Paul. Who knows why, but you don't have the now concerning this, now concerning that. So that's one thing. And the other big thing is that it seems to me to be best understood as a kind of an anthology of opinions by different Paulinists. They all wanted to claim Paul's authority, and perhaps they were loyal Paulinists and were extrapolating from what they knew of him to what he would have said or should have said had he had to address these different questions of who can prophesy and pray, and how can you keep a lid on speaking in tongues, and whether apostles can receive compensation from their flocks, and so on. But it's not just that it's a bunch of topics. The different sections seem to have two voices in them. There is an argument that apostles do have the right to be compensated by their audiences, but then there's an equally eloquent explanation for why Paul would never do it. It just seems to me it's like you've got a debate going on here. And the same thing with women's decorum, depending on how you interpret a couple of passages, chapter 10 versus chapter 14, as we were discussing last night. And whether Paul taught Gnostic wisdom, because at first he says, hey, I hate to disappoint you, but there are people that seek wisdom, and I got to say no. I just preach a simple gospel of Jesus Christ and him on the cross. But then suddenly hits the brakes, goes into reverse and says, but come to think of it, we do preach a secret hidden wisdom among the perfect, the teleoi, that even the angels didn't understand. A minute. Again, it's possible to harmonize these things. That if he's saying that he first gives the simple gospel, but when people have been brought along far enough, then he'll tell them the esoteric stuff. Yes, you can iron it out, but you always have to. There's always this bipolarity, it seems to me, and it just sounds like somebody has interpolated an opposing viewpoint. It seems odd to me that if it was not an interpolation and a forgery, therefore a pseudepigraph, at least in parts, that if it weren't that, it seems to me you would expect some kind of introduction, like, now Sosthenes, our brother, takes this approach. or others might say so and so, but he does. It's all claiming to be Paul, but one chapter contradicts the next, and or in the chapter 15. What is this about? It sounds like he's trying to get evidence for the resurrection, but then no, he's trying to convince Gnostics in Corinth who believe Jesus rose from the dead in some manner, but they don't believe the physical bodies of the saints will. And he's got to say, well, yeah, you're interpreting that wrong. And then he goes into to yet more resurrection topics, and as if it was all smoothly set out, which it's not. And it seems to me that it seems like a patchwork again. And who knows at what stage even, because we don't really have manuscripts early enough where we would have textual evidence, like copies of it that didn't have the different views of resurrection or of women prophesying. No, everyone we have has all of that stuff, but that doesn't mean it was always there. So it's pure theory, but you see enough of these things to begin to think they're signals that something is going on here, that if Paul wrote any of this, he didn't write all of it. But, who knows?
We have a super chat question from Solara Knight. Thank you for your super chat. How much did Paul's false belief at the time was short influence thinking on human relations? 1 Corinthians 7:29. Could Paul miss the second coming when Yeshua escaped Nero with the gathered 144,000?
Let me just see this again. How much Paul's false belief at the time was short influence thinking on human relations? In 1 Corinthians 7:29, could Paul have missed the second coming when Yeshua escaped Nero with the gathered 144,000? Well, I think he was just jumping the gun, as people have done without cease in all the years since then. And they just can't believe that they're going to be stuck here, especially times are rough, persecution, etc. And they say, oh boy, he's coming back. I can't wait. But you're going to have to wait. And there were all these missed deadlines. I have this big song and dance about how the Gospel of Mark seems to have several indications of pushing the end back further and further as each deadline failed, because they do have deadlines, not numerically, but when you see this happen, it's the next thing on the schedule, and there's several of these delay explanations in Mark alone. Well, we generally think that the Thessalonian letters were written before any gospel. Who knows? But there you have. One contradicts the other. One warns against those who say that the day of the Lord has already arrived. Realized eschatology? That would seem to be a kind of a late view, like it is in the Gospel of John. Or then there's the attempt to slam on the brakes and say, whoa, wait a minute. Don't get your nose out of joint with this. Don't you remember I gave you this list of things that had to happen first, just like in the Olivet Discourse? That have all of them happened? Of course not. So what are you getting all excited for? Don't worry, it'll happen in due time. But he also says that we're going to see it. Those of us who are alive and remain, and so on and so on. But how did this interim ethic affect human relations? Well, in 1 Corinthians 7, he says that that if you could avoid marriage, it would not only give you more time to be completely devoted to Christ like him, but if you could remain celibate, it would spare you a lot of unnecessary trouble given the crisis that we're in or are about to get in. He says, but, I can't lay down a law. But he is implying that if you do what would ordinarily be normal, marriage and the family and all that, you could be asking for more trouble because of the nearness of the parousia, which turned out not to be so near. So it did have a bit of an impact, though not so much as certain modern attempts to date the end, where people have just given up their jobs and their schooling and stopped paying their bills, and like the Harold Camping fiasco of a few years ago, where people cashed in their savings to buy billboards warning that Camping had said Christ was coming back on so-and-so date. Oops. I don't know if they got loans at the bank after that to cover it, but nonetheless, I once was driving on Route 3 going into New York and saw a guy by the side of the highway with a big sign saying that Christ will come on October so-and-so of the present year. I thought, oh boy, yet another one. A little later, I found out that several members of that cult had killed themselves when the day passed, and a big nothing. So it can be radical, but I don't think you see the Pauline letters going as far as the Gospels seem to sometime. Give up all you own and give it to the poor, because what else is it good for? I mean, given that the end is near, you might as well get some brownie points with God by feeding the hungry with it now, but you don't have any worldly future to worry about, so get rid of it. I always say that the Gospels are more like cynicism, whereas the epistles are more like stoicism. Cynicism being more radical and urging some of the same dangerous moves that the cynics did. But I'm wandering here as an old man. But it did seem to impact somewhat the Christian ethic. And then in the later epistles, you have this pastoral stratum that Winsome Monroe wrote about, where the nearness of the second coming is just lost sight of. And so you've got this idea, let's be at home, and this is my Father's world. It's very different from this, the God of this age is doing mischief, the principalities and powers are controlling us. That's kind of gone in the pastorals and the pastoral strata in the other epistles, because they've kind of de-eschatologized it. We're going to be here for the long haul. And then the Gospel of John, of course, is a step beyond that, because it says, well, maybe we were wrong about this. Maybe the kingdom of God has come, but, or like Luke says and Thomas says, it's among you. It's not what we thought it would be. That's a classic backpedaling position that you find in other religions too. It is here, but not literally. Has the world really changed? No. Then you go back to the Gandhi thing. Well, let's be the change we want to see. In other words, you're just giving up on apocalypticism. You're just an idealist now. So the whole idea of an imminent coming can very seriously change and even screw up your behavior. But it's the New Testament books seem to be written at different stages along the path of disillusionment. I love the thing in 2 Peter. It was prophesied, don't you remember, that in the last days scoffers will come, scoffing, saying so-and-so. I was going to laugh out of that. Yeah, I guess that's why we call them scoffers, that they're scoffing. And but of course, what else can you do 2,000 years later? I mean, if you want to say, behold, I am coming soon, you got a lot of redefining to do. And that puts God in the Jesus in the position of a hoaxer. I always think, when they appeal to Second Peter, that I know it looks like it's delayed, but keep in mind, with God, a day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as a day. Well, most people seem to interpret that as if Jesus was tricking them. I'm coming soon. When you see these things happen, he's at the door. And then he said, well, what happened? And he said, well, of course, with God, I'm just talking about his calendar. Oh, you thought I meant your calendar. It's going to be soon. Oh, sorry. And it's like you're making God into a trickster, a prankster, when of course all the writer of Second Peter means is God's got all the time in the world. He's in no rush, and if he has delayed it, it's for your good. Take advantage of the extension of the deadline and repent anyway. But yeah, practical results if you really believe in that.
I know some in the chat are complaining about Bob Price's connection, that the audio seems to be good, but the video is going in and out, like in terms of quality. Just to remind everybody, the GoFundMe recently is over with, and the money is going to be going towards him getting a new computer. That's still in the works.
Yeah,
but
I hope soon we'll have it.
But it also turns out, because I had Bob do a internet speed test, that the other issue is his internet. But that's all being addressed, so I won't say anything more right now.
Yeah, what a pain, though. You're right. It must be maddening.
But again, thanks to all who donated to that GoFundMe while it was still running. So, Bob, can you explore more on the internal contradictions in 1 Corinthians? Earlier, you covered some of the contradictions from chapter to chapter. Is it like this throughout the entire epistle, though?
I think so. Like, for instance, the question of, can Christians eat meat offered to idols, which came up because the priests got their food by getting the leftover meat from the sacrifices, whether they're the priests of Apollo or Mithras or Jehovah, doesn't matter. That's the way it always worked. And there was so much of it, they would sell their leftovers to the meat markets, and they would sell it at presumably a pretty good price to common people. And so that people that were having a dinner party would buy this meat. And if you were a Christian and they weren't, what do? You don't want to participate, even indirectly, in idol worship, do you? And at first, once the question is raised in 1 Corinthians, the approach taken is it's just meat. These gods are phony. They're imaginary. It's that. So it's just like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Don't worry about it, unless you have a brother or sister in the faith who doesn't quite realize that yet. They've just converted from one of these other religions, and they're not so sure these gods don't exist. You've just switched gods to worship. And so they see you go into this thing, and they happen to know that the meat must have been originally offered to Apollo or whatever, and they're saying, I don't get this. I thought we Christians just worship Christ, but I guess it's okay to be participate in other cults, because that's what most people did. You would be a member of several different religions, as many as you could afford the dues for. Rodney Stark called it a diversified portfolio of salvation. And that's what people did. So probably early Christians thought that too. And Paul, or the writer of First Corinthians, he doesn't want that. He's no, we're exclusive. If it's Jesus, it's nobody else. But some poor schmuck is seeing you and thinking, oh, well, I guess I can keep going to the Mithras chapel or the Asclepius healing shrine or whatever. And he said, no, these guys don't get it. Let's hope they'll get educated, but they're the weaker brethren. They don't understand it. You and I know better, but let's be careful that we don't inadvertently mislead these people. But then it totally changes, and he says, when Gentiles offer sacrifice, they're offering sacrifices to demons. And that was the usual Jewish Hellenistic policy. They didn't think that the pagan gods were figments of somebody's imagination. They thought they were demons and devils impersonating pagan deities, so that they were tricking you into worshiping them. And Paul, or whoever, takes that approach, and he says, hey, you know what happened at Baal Peor, don't you remember? When these people were invited to some big banquet for Baal and got into big trouble, and God killed thousands of them. Men, don't let this happen to you, like the old venereal disease warning films in the army. Which is it? I mean, I don't know how you harmonize those. It's really safe, but let's take extra care not to mislead people. Or it's deadly, don't take the risk. And again, the thing with, can you take payment for your ministry? Sure you can, but I'd never do it. And then an explanation for why. The chapters 12 through 14 about prophesying and speaking in tongues, you seem to have three different views there. One is that it's fine if everybody speaks in tongues. I speak in tongues more than all of you. But then let's control it, because suppose an outsider comes in and says, what the hell is going on here? Is this an insane asylum? So it seems to be positive in chapter 12. And it says that tongues may not be the most important one, but it's fine. Then in chapter 14, it's maybe you ought to cool it with this. It's problematical. And then in chapter 13, which may have been added last, they're speaking in tongues, but let me show you something better still. Love. After all these fireworks, they may be fun, but they're not going to last. But love is eternal. Why don't you major in that? I see different stages of domesticating the charismatic element there, which implies they're either different opinions within the Pauline movement at the same time, or we have three different phases of Paulinism becoming more and more conventional and less fiery. And so it seems to me, and again, the different views of the resurrection, I have to suspect that you've just got people correcting the previous version of the letter. So, well, of course, I don't dare cut this stuff. It is sacred material by now, but I can mitigate it by adding something that qualifies it or even negates it. So the reader will say, by the time he gets to chapter 14, well, I thought speaking in tongues was quite a great thing, but I guess I misread it. Obviously from this, it's maybe not the best thing to do. And I think you have that in other books of the Bible too. They couldn't actually cut material, so they just added material they hoped would supersede it. And I see that all over First Corinthians, especially.
Do you think the letter being co-authored can explain a lot of these contradictions?
Well, that is a promising approach, but the problem I have with it, and it may not be a serious one, is that there I would sort of expect that when a new author took over, that they would say so. But instead, you actually have continuing statements that imply the writer understands himself and wants you to understand him as Paul. And if you're doing that, I don't know that you would put your names at the head of the letter. It seems odd that there'd be no chiming in. Like the closest thing I can think of in Romans is, like I mentioned, Tertius or whatever it is at the end saying, "Hi, I'm the one that wrote the letter." It seems to me you would probably have stuff like that sprinkled through to say, okay, now it's Sosthenes here, and here's my view on it. And then after that, so-and-so else gets in there and says, well, you've heard from Brother Paul and Brother Sosthenes. Here's another perspective on it, something like that. But if they're all talking like they're Paul, but they're not actually Paul, I would say you're dealing with interpolators who are trying to use Paul as a ventriloquist dummy. But maybe they're not mutually exclusive. I don't know.
Do you see connections between First Corinthians and the pastoral epistles, especially that instance in First Corinthians where it talked about women in a very similar way to First Corinthians and Titus?
About what? The women, did you say?
About women being quiet in the church. Remember that? Yeah. We talked about that a little bit about that last night. Now that we're actually talking about First Corinthians, wanted your additional thoughts on that.
I tend to favor Winsome Monroe's theory that that there's this pastoral stratum in the Pauline letters placed there by, well, probably Polycarp, who wrote Luke, Acts, and the pastoral epistles, at least according to a theory I find persuasive. And so that the person that wrote the pastorals to provide a kind of a orthodox view of an orthodox interpretation of Paul. Here's Paul as you ought to understand him. The same person seems to have gone back and added material into some of the letters to reinforce that kind of domesticated, non-radical view of family and government and the role of women and so forth, so that originally that stuff wouldn't have been in these Pauline letters, no matter who wrote them. They simply would have been earlier and less conventional than the pastorals, and which seem to be, like as Bultmann and others have pointed out, in most of the earlier, the Lucky Seven epistles, faith is always this existential grasping of something that seems highly dubious to human reason, but like God's promise that his 90-year-old wife that Abe's 90-year-old wife is going to have a kid anyway, and Abraham dares to believe him against all odds. He says, well, same thing today. There's no proof Jesus rose from the dead, but if you will make the leap to believe that, you're in. And so that's faith. It's the grasping. Whereas in the Pauline, the pastoral epistles and in Jude, it's a different thing. Now the Christian creed, the faith once and for all delivered unto the saints. And that seems to me to be a sea change. And so it's more formulaic, less of an existential risk or a big conversion decision. Rather, it's just joining a different religion, as if you quit the Optimist Club and join the Moose Lodge, or the Moosiah Lodge, I guess you could say.
When you look at 1 Corinthians in light of Marcionite thought, what kind of anti-Marcionisms do you see in 1 Corinthians?
I'm sorry, you do no doubt to my equipment, you're sort of breaking up there. Could you repeat the question? Something about Marcion?
Yeah, can you talk about anti-Marcionisms in 1 Corinthians?
Well, the idea of in 1 Corinthians 15 that the last Adam became a life-giving spirit and thus did not have flesh and bones, and the same will be true of us at our resurrection, that seems pretty compatible with Marcionism. Also, this two-tiered position on marriage and sex. The Marcionites said, really, you shouldn't get married and have kids because you're just enslaving more souls to the demiurge that way. But I'm not going to tell you you can't do it. And it's sort of a, the weaker brethren thing. And that kind of sums up what we have in 1 Corinthians 7, it seems to me. The idea of the archons and so forth. I know Marcion talked about the demiurge mainly, but then it's much the same idea, that this world is run not directly by the hand of God, but by these disobedient, malevolent spirits. And to start saying the God of this world or this age, same word, has blinded the minds of unbelievers, as they read scripture, that sounds pretty Marcionite to me. That he doesn't say the God of this world finagles them into reading false scriptures like the Upanishads or something. No, he says they are blinded from the true sense of scripture. Well, as Marcion said, because they think the Old Testament is binding on them, but it's not. They're just getting all mixed up like the 12 did. So there are aspects of it that would have been quite compatible. That doesn't mean a Marcionite wrote them necessarily, but if one had other reasons to think so, then you could point to a bunch of things that do. Also, the antagonism toward the 12 in various Pauline letters. If that's who he means by he says the super apostles, I don't fall short compared to them at all. In fact, I did more good for Christ than any of them did. That kind of sounds like Marcion also. So there are, but again, it's hard to pigeonhole these things because there's a spectrum of opinions that are attested for the early church, and some had a lot in common, others didn't. So it's all very iffy. That's why I say a historian knows that no results, or hardly any results, are ever definitive. You always have to be open to other sources you didn't know or hadn't thought of, and who knows what's going to be discovered. Who knows what persuasive interpretation of a passage is going to come up. Somebody publishes an article in the Journal of Higher Criticism, let's say, and gives you a whole different way of looking at a passage. Son of a gun, I never thought of that. That makes sense. You don't know when that's going to happen. So it's very difficult to get beyond just hypothetical probabilities.
And in my final question, when you look at 1 Corinthians in light of how a lot of scholars look at 1 Corinthians as a compression of multiple epistles, like Frank Hughes, you had a discussion with Frank Hughes about his book, The Corinthian Correspondence with the late Bob Jewett. What do you make of that? And how is it compatible with Dutch radical thought?
It kind of fits Van Manen, because I think he was the king of the Christ mythers, because he said it looks like we're dealing with patchwork quilts in all of the epistles, that they don't really have sustained, consistent trains of thought, and that's best understood by people adding this, that, and the other thing. And like the Upanishads, that's obviously what's happening there. You jump from one God concept to another one, one's view of spirituality to another one, because people kept adding their views in. So I think that that fits very well with the Dutch radical view. And let's see. Forgot the other thing I was going to bring up. It's because I'm too much of a big mouth. Oh man, the different writers. Oh yeah. The theory that these long letters are condensations of several letters, that's sort of like Walter Schmidhal's view. He divides both Corinthian epistles up into, I think, at least 14 very short letters, because of course most letters in the ancient world were something you could write on a napkin. They weren't long treatises, though epistles were a known genre when you wrote really a treatise with a superficial signs of it being a letter. You have a salutation and a conclusion and a closing, all that stuff. And so you could, like I think Adolf Geistmann said that yeah, they're epistles, but keep in mind an epistle is not a letter. And that would fit both Dutch radicalism and Schmidhal's, who, however, thought all of these little letters that were put together were actually by Paul. And he had no sympathy for the Dutch radical hypothesis, either about Jesus as a myth or non-Pauline authorship, though in many ways he was the most radical of the Bultmannians, just not on that stuff.
Crimson, thank you for being a member of the channel. Crimson says, I'm rather convinced by Jacob's assessment of there being 3 Pauls. Curious how much Dr. Bob died for such a theory. I, for one, am totally on board. Well,
I need to learn more about it. It sounds good to me, though, from what I hear.
So I guess I'll just re-explain
Yeah.
what that means. I'm not literally saying there are 3 Pauls. Of course, that depends on a certain point of view, like Obi-Wan says in Star Wars Episode 6.
Yeah.
But you have Clement's Paul, which I think is the actual real one, Paul the Apostle. The second one, the so-called second Paul, Solus, mentioned by Josephus. Solos is, I think it's pronounced better as Solos, but anyway, Solos is the one that dies under Emperor Nero. And the Acts of Paul, you've heard me describe this several times, Bob. The Acts of Paul copies that story from Josephus. And that's how we get the story of Paul's death under Nero, because Solos and his brother Gustavus appeared before Emperor Nero and Achaia, according to Josephus, and the Wars of the Jews, and we never hear from them again. And they appeared to be in quite serious trouble due to some very bad things they had done. Josephus even called Solos a wicked man. Then the third one, Saul of Giscala, somebody that's outlived the Jewish war, mentioned by Jerome in the 4th century. And he seems to be citing a lost document that he attributed to Epaphras, that's Epaphroditus, apparently. And this particular individual is attributed several of the epistles by Jerome. And it looks like to me that this is the one, the primary individual that's calling himself Paul throughout the 13 letters in the New Testament that are attributed to Paul. And I think he's the one that's working with the co-authors. And the reason why Clement never mentions the co-authors, because the co-authors were not part of the story yet. A couple more things I'll say, but I'll shut up about it, is in First Clement, Paul dies a completely different way. Oscar Coleman, about a century ago, noted this. Paul dies at the hands of envious men, not at the hands of Romans. And Clement only mentions a letter. He doesn't seem to know a letter collection. That doesn't mean that Paul only wrote one letter. That doesn't really prove it one way or the other, but he only mentions a letter and doesn't even tell us the title of that letter. Lastly, Clement says that Paul died a long time ago. He never met Paul, yet in Philippians, which is written shortly afterwards, it claims he did know him, that that Clement's name is written in the book of life. Well, Paul never met Clement, so how does that even make any sense? And Clement says Paul died so long ago, he didn't meet him. That's an issue I'd like to explore more with Bob in a future show. We did a show with Nicholas Peter Lee Allen recently about Clement, and there's going to be several more shows on that in the future. There's no doubt. We'll be talking about 2 Corinthians. Again, the links to purchase Bob's books in the description below, will be in the description below, including to that of the Amazing Colossal Apostle, including the link to Bob's Substack page as well, if you want to go over there and follow his posts. So, Bob, once again, thank you for joining me today.
Oh, thanks for having me. Or as they say in England, it's nice being had.
So when you look at 2 Corinthians, do you see a lot of similar things that happened with 1 Corinthians? Is it a compression of multiple letters? And is it also a collection of multiple different Paulinist viewpoints that have been put together in a so-called forged harmony?
Yeah, it's even. This is an interesting one. This one is admitted even by some very otherwise conservative scholars to be a collection of possibly 5 different letters. Usually they would say all by Paul, but of course so would Walter Schmidhals, who was by no means conservative. But to break that down, I remember Gordon Fee, a professor of mine at Gordon Conwell, from whom I learned a great deal. He said that you couldn't get around saying that there's the so-called severe letter, which seems to be mentioned in 1 Corinthians, where he's looking back and saying that I'm sorry. I guess it's in 2 Corinthians, in the early chapters as we now read it. He says that he sent this severe letter and he knew it was painful to read, but he had to be a disciplinarian with the way things had gotten out of hand. And he said he's very gratified that they learned their lesson, though there are still remaining problems. And it turns out that I think it's I'm having trouble remembering exactly what is in what chapter here. Don't you hate it when the pages of your Bible are so thin you can't get to them easily? I think it's oh boy. I must put these things on tissue paper. Just to save a couple of drachmas on it. Dang, come on now, page. I almost think these pages are glued together by Satan, or they'd be a little easier to. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. In chapter 10, Gordon Fee said there are some real explosions in Paul, but this really takes the cake. This is a total change of tone from the previous chapters, and it says, "I, Paul." Now that's interesting. This almost sounds like it's a separate letter right here, but that he was impatient to write it, so he left out the usual stuff. Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, for the sake of the Gentiles, etc., etc. It just says, "I, Paul, myself entreat you by the meekness and gentleness of Christ, I who am humble when face to face with you, but bold toward you when I'm away." He's obviously being sarcastic about charges made against him. He says, "I beg of you that when I am present, I may not have to show boldness with such confidence as I count on showing against some who suspect us of walking according to the flesh." So something has really erupted here. And whether Paul wrote this or somebody else did, and I'll explain a reason for thinking perhaps it was somebody else. This just does not fit with the calmness and friendliness of the preceding chapters. So even some conservatives will say, yeah, this is the severe letter that he wished he hadn't had to write, but whew, apparently it did the trick. And this is interesting because you read here that the trouble he dealt with had to do with some outsiders whom he calls super apostles. That is, huperlion apostoloi in Greek, super apostles who boast and brag about heavenly visions, and who present letters from previous congregations they visited attesting to their signs and wonders and all that. And these people are trying to win them over from Paul. And there's also apparently some kind of so-called heresy in it, because he says apparently it doesn't take much to win you guys over to another Jesus and another gospel. Oh boy, is that grounds for speculation. Well, who are these super apostles? Well, I believe Dieter Georgi at Harvard floated the theory, which makes a lot of sense, that these guys were what Gerd Tyson calls the itinerant charismatics, the kind of people whose actual ministry, whether fraudulent or sincere, I kind of picture them like TV evangelists today, that they boast and brag, and they're saying how much greater than they are than Paul. And he says, I hate to do this, but I have to meet them on their own ground. I haven't wanted to get into my own feats because I would, and this is very profound, I would rather you base your opinion on me of what you have actually observed in me when I was present. I don't need letters of recommendation from other churches. I don't ask you to write me one. No, I want people to observe me and see if I'm walking the walk. And I am. But if you insist, if it means that much to you, I will share a vision and revelation I had with you, insofar as I am allowed to. I mean, some of this stuff was top secret, and I can't tell you the punchline. Isn't that convenient? And that this is where he goes into his journey to the third heaven. I'll get to that again in a minute. But that's the tenor of it. So it might be these itinerant charismatics rolling into town trying to win the Corinthians away from Paul. But I believe C.K. Barrett and others have suggested that no, he's talking about the Jerusalem apostles. And then we think back to Galatians, where it says that, I thought we had this all ironed out. I went to Jerusalem and made no bones about it. Look, here's the gospel as I preach it to the uncircumcised. What do you think? Because if they agreed, yeah, that's legit, then that would save him a lot of trouble. But if they said, no, to be a real Christian, you got to be circumcised. You, in effect, have to become a Jew to become a Christian. I mean, why not? Jesus is the Jewish Messiah, is he not? Naturally, you're really converting to a kind of Judaism. But he says they didn't insist on that. This is Galatians now, but this may be a reflection of it, where he says that they all said, yeah, that's all right. You take your gospel to the Gentiles, it's appropriate for them. Why should they have to become Jews? It's Christ that saves, not your ethnic pedigree. And as for us, well, Jesus said, you'll sit on 12 thrones judging, governing the tribes of Israel. Well, yeah, apparently that meant these guys would be the honchos of the Christian community of Jews in Palestine. And but as for missions outside, yeah, let Paul be in charge of that. That's great. We'll just, divide up the labor. But then what happened? When some delegates from James, the head of the Jerusalem church, showed up in Galatia, they, after Paul when he was there, and started implying that, hey, I don't like this idea of the Jewish Christians and the Gentile Christians eating together at the same table because, they're not really kosher and so forth. And then after that, their emissaries came and said, look, when Paul's gone, look, he meant well, but he's not quite on top of things. You do have to get circumcised. Did this upset Paul? And he had this big row with Peter, who knuckled under to the James faction, and he left. And apparently, the church sided with James and Peter on that one. Okay, so. Is that in the background of 2 Corinthians? Is he still smarting from this betrayal, this knifing in the back, as he thought of it, by the Jerusalem disciples? They said they agreed with him. He's collecting money for them, and they're trying to steal his converts. What the heck? And now they've come to Corinth. Also later, we'll see they came to Philippi, and in his churches there doing the same thing. And he's really upset, as you might well imagine. So this would be a very crucial part of F.C. Bauer's reconstruction of the early Christian split. If Paul was actually calling the 12 in Jerusalem false apostles, he actually says, well, Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. Well, in that case, it's not very hard to imagine that his servants disguise themselves as servants of righteousness. Is he saying that about the Jerusalem apostles? Well, I wouldn't be too surprised. So that's going on here, but that would make sense best if you say that at least most of Galatians and the severe letter part of 2 Corinthians are actually written by Paul. But in the Amazing Colossal Apostle, I say I don't think that is it, actually. It's not that row did not occur, but you're dealing with a latter day turf war. You know, there was this big deal about so-called apostolic succession. Hey, our church here in Rome ought to be listened to. Because we were taught by Paul and Peter. Not that they were, but that was the legend. Now, over there in Antioch, you say that Peter was called the Rock, and Jesus based his church on him. But we say that too, and we have Peter and Paul. And so the issue is, who's in charge? This keeps going. In fact, it's still that way today, right? Because in Rome, the bishop, the pope says, yeah, I'm the first among equals. I'm really the authority here. Patriarch of Constantinople and the other three major patriarchs, I'm sorry, you're brethren. You're not heretics or anything, but you really need to get in line behind me. And they say, no, I'm afraid not, your popishness. And they want to reconcile someday. They could, because they're not separated by a terrible chasm. And they don't think each other is heretics or anything. But it was this jurisdictional turf war. And I'm guessing that to have Paul as a pseudonym, a later writer, posing as Paul, he's trying to retroactively beef up the Paulinist authority of the churches in a particular area, in what used to be called Yugoslavia, right? Dalmatia and Illyricum and all that stuff that he refers to, because he does start naming names of places where he says, I don't go beyond my assigned territory, but some other people do, and they're trying to steal my church territory. That seems to me to presuppose this idea of apostolic succession. Only, if you say, well, I'm Bishop Waldo, and I go back, my bishopric was founded by Paul once upon a time. So what? Right? But if you can make yourself out to be Paul, intervening, what do you know? I just found this letter by Paul where he does say that we're under Pauline jurisdiction. So it seems to me that I readily grant you can't prove that, but it strikes me as a persuasive way of looking at it. I know this, I'm going on and on as I always do, but there's another thing that makes me wonder about this being a secondary thing. I mentioned the business about Paul's ascent to the third heaven in chapter 12, where he says, I didn't want to drag this out, but you guys seem to be, this means something to you, so here goes. And the way he, well, I'm sure all of our listeners know this real well, but let me just spend 15 minutes trying to turn the darn pages. Let's stick together. Yeah, I love this. One of the earliest New Testament article I wrote back in the late 70s was about this. He says, 12:1, I must go on to boasting. I'm sorry, I must go on boasting. Though there is nothing to be gained by it, I will go on to visions and revelations of the Lord, by which he means Jesus, apparently. I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven. And you know how they parcel that out, right? The first heaven is the blue sky in which the birds fly. The second heaven is the night sky of the stars and the blackness of space. Above that is a watery expanse, and above that is the heaven where God and the righteous dead live. And so he went all the way to the third heaven. whoever he's talking about here. Whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. And I know that this man was caught up into paradise. Whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. And he heard things that cannot be told, which man may not utter. Literally, the arata remata, unspeakable words, unutterable utterances, I think the RSV may have. On behalf of this man I will boast, but on my own behalf I will not boast, except of my weakness, though if I should wish to boast, I would not be a fool, for I would be speaking the truth, but I refrain from it, so that no one may think more of me than he sees in me or hears from me. I mean, for all you know, he could be making this up. Right? How would you know that? So I'm not going to try to get clout and admiration by telling a story like this. You're dragging it out of me, or I wouldn't be telling it now. I want you to make your judgment about me based on observable character. Okay. So what happened? He says in verse. Oh boy, this is such tiny print. I can't even see a little number. So to keep me from becoming conceited because of the surpassing greatness of the revelations, a thorn was given me in the flesh, a messenger of Satan to harass me, so to keep me from becoming conceited. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord about this, that it should leave me, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Well, therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. For the sake of Christ, then, I am content with weaknesses, insults, hardships, persecutions, and calamities. For when I'm weak, then I'm strong. Well, that's very much like in 1 Corinthians. You know, we have this treasure in earthen vessels. So you see me getting persecuted and beaten up, lied about. Hey, more, bring it on, because you got to ask, what keeps this guy going? It can't be his own resources. Who could stand up to that? Well, nobody, unless they have the power of Christ in them. So this is very profound. I hope I don't seem to just be doing an autopsy on these texts. I can see they do have great power and wisdom in them. But why does he switch from saying, you know, I'm not going to boast about myself, but I might boast of somebody else who had this great revelatory ascension, but then he starts saying, yeah, I did go up there and this is what happened, and the angel of Satan attacked me, and God let it happen to humiliate me so I wouldn't get swelled head, and so on. Why Satan? Well, think of Job. Right, he says, I think this guy, he's supposed to be your number one fan, but I'm not so sure he's really sincere. Let's make him run through the gauntlet and see if he comes out the other side. Same thing here. He's saying, I wouldn't be too sure about this Paul guy. Okay, do your worst. And he sends one of his angels to buffet him, to beat with the fist. I think the word is the colipazo. I could be wrong. So who is this? Well, I guess he probably is just being, you're supposed to read this as Paul being humble and saying, well, yeah, all right, it was me. But I wonder if this is kind of a wink, saying he's trying to describe a story he knows about Paul ascending to heaven like Enoch did. But he then says, oh yeah, I'm impersonating Paul here, so I'm going to speak in his voice now to get to the lesson that he was taught. So that he is not claiming it at first, but then he's talking about somebody else. But no, well, that somebody else was Paul, and so now he's switching into the Paul persona. That's kind of what I think, but any way you cut it, it's pretty confusing. Okay, there are two other short letters, most scholars think. Chapters 8 and 9 seem to be separate fundraising letters. That could be he was trying to collect the money for the Jerusalem church, right? If these are separate letters, they don't necessarily fit with the surrounding context, because, after the blow up with the super apostles, you can hardly imagine them collecting money for their welfare, if that's who they were, the Jerusalem apostles. But here it seems to come from an earlier period where Paul is imagined to be collecting charity or tribute for Jerusalem. And they don't follow one from the other, they're parallel. It's like somebody found two different fundraising letters he sent at different times or to different places and just stuck them both in. And then you get into the severe letter, chapter 10. And finally, you have the opening letter, and there's a let's see. Is this? Yeah, right. He's trying to smooth out the antagonism, the sore feelings between him and the Corinthians who gave him trouble. And notice how well this flows. In 6. Oh man, am I losing my... I can't even see it. I think it's 11. We have spoken freely to you, Corinthians. Our heart is wide open. You are not restricted by us, but you are restricted in your own affections. In return, I speak as to children. Widen your hearts also. Make room in your hearts for us. We have wronged no one. We have corrupted no one. We've taken advantage of no one. I do not say this to condemn you, for I said before that you are in our hearts, etc. Well, that flows, but not the way it now reads, because what I left out seems to be a piece of yet another writing, and it's usually it's indented in most Bibles. I will make my dwelling among them and walk among them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Therefore go out from their midst and be separate from them, says the Lord, and touch no unclean thing. Then I will welcome you, and I will be a father to you, and you shall be sons and daughters to me, says the Lord Almighty. That a lot of people think is not even part of a Pauline letter. It sounds more like a piece of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there is another one. Oh boy, where is this? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's right before that. I started too late. Back in verse... I give up. I think it's 14. Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers, for what partnership has righteousness with lawlessness, or what fellowship has light with darkness? Or what accord has Christ with Belial? That's the Antichrist. Or what portion does a believer share with an unbeliever? What agreement has the temple of God with idols? For we are the temple of the living God. And then it goes into the passage I read, which is an Old Testament quote, not with it this evening. And this is a classic piece of internal evidence about an interpolation. It's like, you know how at the end of John chapter 20, it winds it up saying, Jesus did plenty of other stuff, but I've chosen this to narrate so that you may believe in him and have eternal life. And then that sounds like the end, right? But then it goes into Jesus meeting the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias, and they say, oh my God, it's the Lord. And he does the miracle of the great number of fish and all that stuff. I thought they already saw him raised from the dead in chapter 20. Here they're shocked to see him. And then when chapter 21 is done, it virtually repeats the end of chapter 20. It's just paraphrasing it very closely. Well, that's a dead giveaway that chapter 21 has been added to the Gospel of John. Same thing here. The original ending, I read it, I speak as to children, widen your hearts also. Well, somebody wanted to insert this stuff about Christ and Belial and all that, come out from among them. And then it starts, and then they repeat the ending of the last part of the original text in 7:2. Make room in your hearts for us, etc. Right? It's called a redactional seam, SEAM. And so you can see that I'm always saying how von Manen says all of the Pauline epistles are patchwork quilts. Well, Dr. Fee, my old mentor, he was like a conservative evangelical text critic, but even he said, yeah, this one is a patchwork quilt. I don't think he even went so far as to say the Christ and Belial thing is from a non-Pauline source, but you can't really prove it one way or the other. Many think it is, that somehow a stray piece of Qumran material wound up here. I wouldn't be too surprised. But anyway you cut it, this is later than an ordinary Pauline epistle, though the pieces of the puzzle here may be by Paul. But as I say, there are signs that suggest maybe it doesn't have to be. And one last thing about the journey to heaven. One of the Nag Hammadi texts is called the Revelation of Paul, or sometimes called the Apocalypse of Paul. I prefer Revelation because there's one or two other documents called the Apocalypse of Paul. This is a fairly short one, and it combines Paul's Damascus Road experience, which is never mentioned in any canonical epistle. 3 times in the book of Acts, but not once in the epistles. It has that as the occasion of the trip to the third heaven. I was talking about this to a friend's adult Bible class one evening, and it suddenly dawned on me what should have been obvious. There is no reference to Jesus in the whole thing. Paul is the one who is called up to heaven and sees the principalities and powers attacking him, and the demiurge trying to get him, and so forth. And I thought, wow, is this from that stage I hypothesize in my I think it's Gospels behind the Gospels, that Paul had his own cult. I am of Paul, some said, and others, I'm of Cephas, I'm of Apollos, I'm of Christ, and that Christ subsumed the other ones as they began to fade out. Was the Nag Hammadi revelation of Paul a vestige of that pre-Christian Paulinism? Don't know. I suspect so. But any way you cut it, as with all the Pauline epistles, they might actually be by Paul, but there are oddities that make you wonder, and you can't just shrug them off. Given what we know otherwise about the incredible diversity and inventiveness of different types of early Christianity, there's no need to insist that, oh, the early Christians all agreed with one another. Heresies only came about because Satan decided to do a practical joke later on. It was very diverse, and it's not too surprising to me if that is reflected that later, that stage where many flowers are blooming, you might say, and that a lot of it was gathered into the epistles. So that's way more than you wanted to know, but that's the big, complex, swirling picture in my head of why I suspect it's not Pauline.
We got a couple of super chats. South Galatian, thank you for your super chat. What is Dr. Price's opinion on the idea that Docetism is an entirely modern concept that did not exist in antiquity?
I know Richard Carrier's new book makes that argument, but I don't see it. The fact that you have things like two in Pauline epistles that he came in the likeness of sinful flesh and in the form of a man. These words, again, have a wide range of possible meanings, but that once you read that and then you look at the people we think of as docetists in the early church, it does sound kind of like they're talking about that. Oh, and the Gospel of John. It's a funny thing. I think it's a composite document, and that the one version of John was redacted by the dissident group we read about in First John, the people that teach Jesus Christ did not come in the flesh. You know, he says, if anybody says that, don't listen to them. They're an antichrist. And in John's gospel, you have at the woman at the well in chapter 4, Jesus is hungry, apparently, so they go into the local Food Lion of Judah supermarket to bring food back for Jesus. But in the meantime, he's preaching the gospel to the Samaritan woman, and they bring back the food, and they say, Master, eat. And he says, I don't need to. I have food to eat that you know nothing about. Well, what kind of food is that? My food is to do the will of him who sent me. You mean he didn't need to eat? Or on the cross, he says, I thirst. Now that's got to mean he's a flesh and blood person, right? Well, it immediately says he said this in order to fulfill prophecy. And I can count on my bones, my tongue cleaves to the roof of my mouth. You mean he wasn't actually physically thirsty? Or how about the thing where he invites Thomas to probe his wounds and to see that it is I myself? Thomas doesn't. What would have happened if he had? In fact, even that wouldn't mean he had a physical body, because in ancient ghost stories of the period, ghosts who were immaterial, ectoplasmic, if they died of wounds, they display their wounds simply. You can see them like Jacob Marley, right? He's still got the scarf, whatever it is, around his jaws when he was buried, but he's not physically there, right? But he walks through a door that's closed, and so does Jesus, right? So what are they saying? There seems to be a strange ambiguity. Was the risen Jesus not physically present. Sure seems like it in Luke 24, but not in 1 Corinthians 15, where Paul says that the first Adam became a living being. The last Adam became a life-giving spirit. He says flesh cannot inherit the kingdom of God, and so forth. So there's some ambiguity about this. So what would you say it means, if not docetism, when First John curses these people that will not admit that Jesus appeared in the flesh? I think Richard is arguing, and I've not seen the book yet, but somebody's told me about it, so I hope I'm not misrepresenting it. He says that, like in 2 Peter, when the pseudonymous writer says, we weren't following cleverly devised myths when we told you about the coming of our Lord. No, we were there and saw the transfiguration. Richard is saying there were Christians that believed that there was no experience of Jesus, that it was all sacred mythology from the word go, and everybody knew it, and that eventually it got hardened into something that supposedly happened. It only seemed like Jesus had appeared because people, I guess, sort of began to misinterpret the stories. That strikes me as exceedingly unlikely, but again, I have yet to read his argument. He's a brilliant guy, but I suspect that perhaps the questioner is ahead of me and has read it. But I think that, yeah, or when you look at the preaching of John, part of the Acts of John, written sometime in the 2nd century, there's this. The preaching of John is a subsection of it where John, the elderly John, is talking to his own disciples, and they say, tell us about your time with Jesus. And he says, well, okay. And there's several interesting anecdotes he relates, trying to show that Jesus had no stable physical form, that if you reached out to touch him, your hand might bounce off as if he were made of metal. But other times your hand might go right through because he was immaterial, like made of mist or something. Different people looking at him at the same time, like himself and his brother at the Sea of Galilee, saw him looking totally different. Origen said that people saw Jesus differently depending on their spiritual state. This is very much like the Buddha, who had no physical body, only the semblance of one, and different people saw him differently because of it. So it seems to me, the Acts of John says Jesus didn't leave footprints in the sand. He never ate at meals, and so on and so forth. I find it hard to reconcile all this stuff with the idea that there was no real docetism in the traditional sense. But who knows? I'll have to get a hold of this book and maybe it'll convince me. I'm not kidding about that, by the way. I make it a policy to look into, especially into opinions that seem incredible to me at first, because I think, well, the person that argues this is no dummy. There must be something to it that I'm not grasping. Let me look into this. And at least a couple of times I can think of, I changed my mind on a major thing, and I was happy to do it. I'm not cheerleading for any pet opinion. I want to know the truth if I can find it. And if I'm wrong about it now, please enlighten me. So I don't want to talk down good old Rich.
Solar Knight, thank you for your super chat. 2 Corinthians 11:13, Paul masquerading as an apostle of Yeshua. His end was what actions deserved. Paul was beheaded, decapitated with a sword.
That's part of the Pauline legend. We only ever hear that from the Acts of Paul, another one of these second century legend mongering fantasies. There's no other evidence for that. And it, especially since after they behead him, they drag his corpse out, and in a couple of minutes, he's back in threatening Nero, head in place. Come on. That's all with God, all things are possible. Yeah, but not all things are probable. I mean, even if there's an almighty God at work, would he pull silly stunts like that? Let me take what was the reference there? Chapter 9, was it, of
2
Second
Corinthians 11:13.
Oh, 11:13, yeah. Yeah, for such men are false apostles, deceitful workmen, disguising themselves as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So it's no surprise if his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness. Their end will correspond to their deeds. So he's not saying he himself is a phony apostle. He's saying some of these people you're listening to are, and he thinks they're going to face judgment for it. But he doesn't expect that he'll be in the same category. In fact, there is an interesting passage that this reminds me of in First Corinthians. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry about this. Yeah, okay. In 1 Corinthians 3, well, to start out with one, but I, brethren, could not address you as spiritual people, but as people of the flesh, infants in Christ. I fed you with milk, not solid food, for you were not ready for it. And even now you're not yet ready, for you are still of the flesh. For while there is jealousy and strife among you, you are not. Are you not of the flesh and behaving only in a human way? For when one says, I follow Paul, and another, I follow Apollos, are you not being merely human? What then is Apollos? What is Paul? Servants through whom you believed, as the Lord assigned to each. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the growth. So neither he who plants nor he who waters is anything, but only God who gives the growth. He who plants and he who waters are one, and each will receive his wages according to his labor. For we are God's fellow workers. You are God's field, God's building. And he says, okay. According to the grace of God given to me, like a skilled master builder, I laid a foundation, and someone else is building upon it. Let each one take care how he builds upon it, for no one can lay a foundation other than that which is laid, which is Jesus Christ. is that a slam against Peter, the so-called foundation of the church? Who knows? Yeah. Now, if anyone builds on the foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, and straw, each one's work will become manifest, for the day of judgment will disclose it, because it will be revealed by fire, and the fire will not. I'm sorry. The fire will test what sort of work each one has done. If the work that anyone has built on the foundation survives, he will receive a reward. But if anyone's work is burned up, he will suffer loss, though he himself will be saved, but only as through fire, and so on. Then he says, I was looking for it, I can't find it at the moment, but he goes on to say, now I know of nothing against myself, but that doesn't mean anything. I'll have to wait for the day of judgment, for God's verdict. So there's an interesting contrast to his just saying these other guys are Satan's agents and they're just phonies. They're disguising themselves as servants of Christ. In fact, they may have deceived themselves, right? But they're not, and they're going to find out the hard way. Maybe I will too. As far as I know, I'm in the clear, but I'm not the one to judge. So that doesn't sound like he thought he was a false apostle, and he certainly is not saying it in the 2 Corinthians 11 passage. He's pretty sure he knows who is working for the devil, and that he's not. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? I'm happy to drag it out on and on.
Yeah, there's more. Slower Night, thank you for another super chat. Yeshua to Christ. Who invented this term?
Well, that's an interesting question. Everybody assumes that Christ, Christos, refers to the anointing of the king of Israel and or Judah, because they did indeed, anoint him with oil like they do with the king or queen of England today. And Isaiah makes it pretty clear that this is supposed to symbolize the outpouring of the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of God on the king, so that you can be confident of his wisdom, right? But I tend to favor, I love the wacky theories if I find them persuasive. I can't think of who said this now, but one of the older critics, the kind of people Acharya S. liked to dig up and quote. She was a really an indefatigable researcher. This guy said that the Jesus story is so closely analogous to that of Osiris, including the holy women seeking his corpse once he was murdered, and anointing him with some sacred oil to bring him back to life. And this was sort of repeated in mummification. You were sort of trying to do the same thing on a smaller level to ordinary mortals. But it's so close to Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Salome, and the others looking for the body of Jesus to anoint it. And he rises from the dead, that this guy said he thinks that the Jesus the Christ meant Jesus the anointed one, namely the resurrected one. Because, and I'm taking it a little farther than he did. I think I'm simply unpacking his theory, though, that originally the Easter morning scene would have featured Jesus' body still in the tomb when the women got there with their ointments and unguents and so on, and that the male disciples were there, and this comes out of Mark 14, where it was later inserted, they say, that's a lot of money you're wasting on him. He's dead. He's not going to know the difference. Shouldn't we honor his memory by giving the cashing that in and giving the money to the poor? Well, they do it anyway, and he rises. So that's what I think. So I think this guy was right. I can't prove it, obviously, right? But that makes a lot of sense to me. So if that's right, the anointed, the Christ, in as relates to Jesus, would have meant the risen one, with the Osiris parallel in mind. Oh, and Yeshua, that's simply the Hebrew for Joshua, and Jesus is the Latin of Jesus, which is the Greek for Yeshua, and it just goes from one language to the other.
Deep Ritz 225, thank you for your super chat. John Macker 6490, thank you for your super chat. I wonder if that's why Jesus can walk on water.
Yeah, isn't that even suggested in the story where the disciples see him walking on water, and they say, "It's a ghost," and he says, "No, it is I, myself." And then in Matthew's expanded version, he says, "Lord, if it really is you, then let me walk on the water as well." What's the logic of that? Well, actually, it's not that far to seek. What he means is, if this is really you, Jesus, alive, just like we saw him an hour or so ago, then you're defying gravity, but you're in a physical body. If you can make yourself do that, you can convince me, if whatever you did, if you'll do it to me so I can walk on the water, because I know I'm not a ghost. I know I'm flesh and blood. But if you can enable me to defy gravity, I'll know that's really you in the flesh. So I have a hunch that's the logic. But what does Peter think at first? If he can walk on water, he has no weight. He has no physical body. And of course, that might have been the original point of the story, because it does seem, even within the Gospels, to change as it's retold. In fact, I think originally the story was the original is more like in John 21. These guys are out in the lake, and they're in distress. They haven't caught any fish, and they see Jesus not far away, standing on the shore. And you have to know that the word epi is used, that preposition, which can mean on top of or on the verge of. Either one. I mean, it can mean either one. So that we always took the story to mean that they saw him walking on top of the water. But in John 21, they see him at the verge of the water, still on land. Well, why would the disciples be shocked at that? Because it's a resurrection appearance. The last time they knew, he was dead, right? If they're seeing him now, he must be a ghost beckoning to them from the beach. But later on, it got displaced into earlier in the story, and somebody said, well, maybe it's talking about him walking on the surface of the water. Fascinating. You can't be sure, but it's an embarrassment of riches, all these exegetical possibilities.
And for my last question, do you see evidence in 2 Corinthians of it being written after AD 70, of it being aware that the temple was destroyed? Kind of like in 1 Corinthians. And that kind of reminds me, because last night I forgot to bring up that in 1 Corinthians it talks about that do not worship God in buildings subject to the flames, as if like, let's not rebuild the temple because it could just be destroyed again. We don't need it. It's inside of us. It's not. It is inside of us. It is not a building. It does not need to be a building.
that you are the temple of God, and if anyone destroys the temple of God, him will God destroy. And that does sound like J.C. O'Neill gets into this in his book, The Theology of Acts in its Historical Setting. He says, when you look at what was going on in post-destruction Judaism, they were saying, well, we can't, we're stuck because of Deuteronomy. You can't sacrifice any place but the temple, but now you can't go there. So what do you do? And they said, well, maybe good deeds will atone for sins. Maybe if you're sick, your suffering will atone, etc. And you suddenly think of the idea of the Epistle to the Hebrews. No more temple, and it's the heavenly tabernacle where Jesus atones for sins. It's like the whole thing. Don't have the temple, but we do have a Savior who sacrificed himself. You wouldn't have that kind of thinking unless you're trying to rationalize piety and atonement in the wake of the temple being destroyed. So that would kind of imply all of that stuff might be very late first century, and certainly after the temple destruction. And this sounds like that too. You're the temple of God. What do you mean? Because something else isn't? That would seem to be the implication. And if anyone destroys the temple of God, why would you think of that unless you're thinking about the judgment impending on the Romans who destroyed the physical temple? So again, you can't be sure, but it sure would make new sense if that's in view. And we don't think of it that way because we assume the traditional view that Paul was writing well before the temple was destroyed. I ain't so sure.
We got another super chat question. Deep Fritz 225, thank you for your super chat. Is modern Zionism prefigured by in Ezra and Nehemiah?
It's the same sort of thing where Ezra and Nehemiah had this zeal to, shall I say, ethnically purify the Jewish people in the survivors of the exile who were rebuilding the temple and all that stuff. They wanted purity, and so they said, hey guys, fellow Jews, if you're married to a non-Jewish woman, you got to get rid of her, which is pretty cold. And that, scholars think, elicited the writing of both Ruth and Jonah, because both of them have to do with non-Jews becoming Jews in effect, because Ruth is a Moabite woman, though she was married to a Jew. Well, he dies, and Ruth goes into Israel with her mother-in-law, Naomi, and she eventually marries kinsman, Boaz, who's a wealthy guy, and so forth. Well, she shouldn't be able to do that according to Ezra and Nehemiah. But even better is in Jonah, where God says to him, hey, I got a missionary assignment for you. I want you to go to Nineveh, to the bloodthirsty Nazi-like Assyrians. They were not enlightened despots like the Persians. I want you to go there and preach to them that they ought to change their ways and repent. And Jonah says, you got to be kidding me. I'm afraid I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to walk into the lion's den. And so he thinks he can escape God and books passage on a ship to Tarshish, which was either in Britain or Spain. They're not sure. Apparently there was one in each. And that's as far away as he could possibly go. But God says, oh, no, you don't. And he sends this huge fish or whale or whatever to gobble him up, and he stays alive inside the whale, which is apparently possible. Some guy a couple of years ago claimed it happened to him. I guess you could. Happened to Pinocchio, and he survived after all. This sea creature spat him out on the beach, and Jonah basically says, all right, I get the message. And he does go to Nineveh and says they ought to repent, and astonishingly they do, which I guess means they embrace Judaism, which is, you can tell this is a fictional story. I mean, that's more improbable than the whale business. After all, they're all, getting kosher and being good Jewish converts down there. He goes up to a hilltop, and there's not much vegetation, but the little shade there is comes from some vine, a gourd vine, and can't imagine that would have done much good. But suddenly some kind of hungry bug comes and chews through the stalk of the vine, and it falls down, and now Jonah's getting a sunburn. He says, damn it. What bad luck. And God says to him, hey, look at yourself, pal. You were hoping for the destruction of all these Assyrians who don't know their ass from their elbow, but you're annoyed that this lousy gourd is destroyed. Get real. Well, surely his animosity toward the enemies of Israel is, and the rebuke for it is supposed to be aimed at the policies of Ezra and Nehemiah, because like Jonah and especially Ruth are saying, hey, you can be part of the chosen people. It's a religious community, started with Abraham and all that, but you're welcome to join. Which strikes me as an important thing people are forgetting when they say, oh, look at this. DNA tests show that most European Jews are really either descended from Kazakhs in Central Asia or Poles or Ukrainians or so on. What a scandal. Don't you get it? People can become proselytes. They've always been able to do that, except for Ezra and Nehemiah. It isn't you gotta show your DNA badge or something. I think that's perhaps unwittingly part of the resurgent, disgusting anti-Semitism we're seeing return today.
We got another super chat. Slower Knight, thank you for your super chat. Thy Elohim in commandments implies internal El.
Your Elohim. You look at the Ten Commandments and see. I am Yahweh your God, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. And then there's another one. In verse 7, you shall not take the name of Yahweh, your Elohim, your God, in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Let's see. Down in, I think it's 10. The seventh day is a Sabbath to Yahweh, your God. And I guess, or in verse 12, honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land that Yahweh, your God, your Elohim, is giving you. And good enough, I guess. So does it imply an inner God? I don't think so. I think it's just, I mean, it seems to me the most natural reading of the text would be to say, Yahweh, your God, not the God of other nations. And because I'm the one that liberated you from Egyptian slavery. Thoth didn't do it. Baal didn't do it. Apollo didn't do it. I, Yahweh, did. You owe it to me. I liberated you and became your king. Pharaoh had been your king, but I took care of that. And so he's saying, I am the king. I've issued these commandments. You are my people, so you're bound to keep them because I am your God. Now, does that imply that there are other deities? Well, it wouldn't have to. You might put it that way, even if you thought the gods of the nations are figments of imagination. But there are various passages that make it pretty clear that in one stage of Israelite religion, they were monolaters, worshipers of one God, not denying that there were other gods, but we don't have any business with worshiping them. Like that's what motivated Elijah the prophet, where King Ahab had made a diplomatic alliance through marriage with the Phoenicians, I think, and his queen Jezebel got the idea. She as a Phoenician was worshiping Hercules, actually Baal Melkart, who was their name for Hercules, and she wanted. Now Solomon had the idea of making marriage alliances the same way, and he built chapels for his wives so they could worship their home gods. But they weren't evangelists, right? Jezebel wanted to convert Israel to the worship of Baal Melkart or Hercules. And if you look closely at what Elijah says, he says, this is not the God of Israel. Worship him at home if you want, but not here. And he doesn't just say, hey, he's not a God. Could have said that, right? But no. The closest he comes is when he does the big miracle contest with the prophets of Baal. He says, will determine who is God in Israel, Baal or Yahweh. So it's not like he thought that all Jews all throughout the history of the thing thought that Yahweh was the only God. That's anachronistic. So I think your God, don't go cheating with these gods of other nations. You owe them nothing. You owe everything to Yahweh.
We got another super chat. Solar Knight, thank you for another super chat. Isn't an external L an image?
Well, you according to the religion of Judah in the south, it was, as they called it, aniconic, no image. And clear, it's part of the Deuteronomic reform under Josiah, that we're not going to have any visual representation of God. But why'd they have to say that? Because up north in the kingdom of Israel, or Ephraim, as they also called it, in Bethel, they thought, oh, well, there's no problem having an image to represent God and his power. So they famously had a golden calf, which really meant a young, virile bull. And this was a common Canaanite image for God. And they didn't necessarily think God looked like that or was an animal, but it was, since nobody could see him, what would be a good symbol for his power and so on. And in the South, they didn't like that. And in fact, here's a theory of mine that I'm convinced is true. You know, the story of Aaron and the golden calf, when Moses sees him anointing the thing and having a feast and all this, he says, what the hell is going on here? And he says, they forced me to do it, Mo. I took all their gold trinkets and put them in the furnace and melted them down and just waited to see what form God would supply. And sure enough, this image came out. We've never seen him, so left it up to him, and this is what he picked. Don't blame me. Oh, come on. And then a massacre ensues to get rid of all the people that conspired with Aaron. Why would Aaron knuckle under like a coward and then lie to Moses about it? It really puts him in a bad light, which is very unusual in the Pentateuch, right? He's like a Moses mirror reflection practically. My belief is that this is a satirical retelling of the story by somebody in Judah who said no images for God, and he's trying to spoof the northern story, which did have Aaron throw the gold into the smelter, and it did come out by itself as a golden bull, because Yahweh said, here's an image that ought to convey something about me. And that and what does he say? Behold your God, O Israel, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and so on. It's a miracle story explaining why they know God is to be represented this way. Up north, right? Hosea protests this. You shouldn't have made this calf. It's going to be destroyed, and so on. God's going to judge you. That was the attitude of the Judeans. It's blasphemy to create an idol of God. And that would be an example of taking an image of God as God. And it's obvious. That's what the Protestant reformers said about the Catholic statues of Jesus and Mary and the saints. Calvin said, you Catholics say these are just reminders of Christ and the saints and to meditate on. But every idolater says the same thing, right? You're no different from them. I think that's where the issue comes from. If you have an image of God, you're no longer going to make a distinction between the image and the reality. And you're degrading God into a piece of rock. In fact, there's a hilarious satire in, I think, the second Isaiah about how stupid idolaters are. I'm not going to waste time trying to find it, but it says, you get a load of this guy, the typical idolater. He goes out into the forest, he cuts down a tree, and he strips the branches and the bark off it, and it's a little too long for his purposes, so he chops it in half, and the one half he gilds with gold and sets up as an idol and bows down to it. The other half he just uses to build a campfire to cook his meal. What? Don't you see what you're doing? You're worshiping kindling. And how stupid can you be? And that was the thinking, apparently, of the Judean priests. And supposedly the Ark of the Covenant was the symbol, or maybe literally somehow, the throne of God. But if the latter, he was sitting on it invisibly. Interesting stuff. I always thought all that stuff in the Old Testament was boring. Oh, no, I know better now.
Solar Knight, thank you for your super chat. Taurus the bull worship. What about it, though?
Well, I imagine, I don't know if they hooked it up with that, but apparently they did know about the zodiac and all that. There was ancient Jewish astrology, and Taurus implicitly pops up in the book of Revelation because the four living creatures are the four antipodal constellations, and one of them, I believe, is Taurus. So I suspect that either the constellations were simply named for mythical divine beings, or they were thought to be actual incarnations, if you want to put it that way. But Taurus was, in effect, a divine entity of some sort, just like uh, Virgo and Draco. She appears on the night sky first, and then as the stars shift, you see the dragon. And so they say, that's the dragon pursuing the virgin to devour her child. And that pops up in Revelation and in the Talmud and in Greek mythology and so forth. So there is some kind of relation between Taurus, the bull, and the divine. I got to say two things. I'm perpetually amazed at the work you put into this and the results you harvest from it. Your lineup of guests, incredible. Even though, of course, this just filler like me. You have a lot of great people. I don't know how you do it. And second, in case anybody thinks, what the heck is with this title, The Amazing Colossal Apostle? Well, I like to be a bit frivolous, and I've titled this book based on the I guess 50s monster movie, The Amazing Colossal Man, where this guy gets radiated and becomes a giant and won't stop growing. And then the sequel, I can't really use that much, The War of the Colossal Beast. What am I going to write about there? But I also have The Night of the Living Savior, and When Gospels Collide, and The Incredible Shrinking Son of Man. So if anybody has any ideas for painfully bad puns that I can work into a scholarly book title, let me know.
So today we're talking about Galatians. I want to start us off with this question. You mentioned that you think that Galatians chapters 3-6 are an earlier work, and that you see Galatians 1 and 2 as being more of a Marcionite addition to the text. Can you explain all that?
Yeah, once again, this is not original with me, though I cannot recall offhand who it was that did this interesting article on it. It kind of looks like that in the first chapter, with all the stuff about how Paul did not right off the bat go to visit the head honchos in Jerusalem and so forth. And he says, "I am not lying." It sounds, you could take it as protesting too much. And one scholar said this looks like a Marcionite response, an attempted refutation of the version of Paul's conversion and its aftermath in the book of Acts, because it's certainly the opposite. Even if you don't think that, and you think that it's a unitary letter, and if you even think that Paul wrote it, you still wind up, or some scholars anyway, wind up saying this is a response and a rejoinder to the same rumor that was going around, or propaganda, whatever you want to call it, that sought to subordinate Paul to the Jerusalem apostles, and that Paul, if he's actually the writer, heard about this and said, "Hey, I want to set the story straight here. I did not obediently make a beeline for these guys to ask their permission to preach my gospel." And it seems to me that's certainly a possibility. It's more contrived, and it takes more speculation than the admittedly speculative theory that the scholar brought forth, that this not only sounds like a rejoinder to Acts, it is. But then would that drag the rest of the letter into being that late or whatever? Well, I don't know, but it does seem to me that that part of it seems post-Acts. So that's one problem with it, with it being Pauline, having Pauline authenticity, and also being part of a unitary work rather than an added preface to it. But there's a couple of other little things that, let's see. Well, I gotta, since I'm in the first chapter, I might as well point this out. In verse 11, I would have you know, brothers, that the gospel that was preached by me is not man's gospel, for I did not receive it from any man, nor was I taught it, but I received it through a revelation of Jesus Christ. For you've heard of my revelation of Jesus Christ. For what am I doing? I'm skipping from one line to another. I would have been a bad copyist in the early days. If you've heard of my former life in Judaism, how I persecuted the church of God violently and tried to destroy it. And I was advancing in Judaism beyond many of my own age among my people. So extremely zealous was I for the traditions of my fathers. But when he who had set me apart before I was born, kind of an echo of Jeremiah there, and who called me by his grace, was pleased to reveal his son to me or in me. You could translate it either way. And that's pretty interesting, because if it means in me, that may be an admission of a purely visionary experience, a dream, or some kind of sudden feeling of new fire being lit within him. And it recalls 2 Corinthians 12, which we were talking about the other day, when he says that he, or whoever wrote it, said he had a visionary ascent to the third heaven, but he doesn't even know whether he actually defied gravity and was sucked up in a kind of one-man rapture, or if it was just a vision. And nor does he care, but there's no way to know. Same sort of iffiness here, right? Was it revealed? Was Christ revealed to him, implying at least more of an objective manifestation, or in him? So it's a subjective inner experience. Like Paul, we don't know. I mean, we don't know what's even intended here, but it's almost a secondary issue. It was a revelation, he says. Was it on the Damascus Road? No reference to that. And some people have said, well, that must be it. He's just making a shorthand reference. I don't know. As Jacob Neusner says, what we cannot show, we do not know. And I would suggest that there is no reference, not even no necessary reference, but not even any likely reference to the Damascus Road business. So for what that's worth. And then he says, to go back to the beginning of verse 16 there, when he was pleased to reveal his son to me or in me, in order that I might preach him among the Gentiles, I did not immediately consult with anyone, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were apostles before me, but I went away into Arabia and returned again to Damascus. So there's the thing. Acts is wrong. That's what they say, but that's not true. I didn't make a beeline there to get the approval of the Home Office. I had my own priorities here for God's will for me, and I went on into Roman Arabia, and then again into Damascus, Syria. And then he says, after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to visit Cephas and remained with him 15 days. But I saw none of the other apostles except James, the Lord's brother. And then he says, in what I'm writing to you before God, I do not lie. So somebody is lying, but it isn't me. Right? I swear what you've heard is not true. I didn't go up to see these people to get their approval. Then I went into the regions of Syria and Cilicia, and I was still unknown in person to the churches of Judea that are in Christ. They only were hearing it said, he who used to persecute us is now preaching the faith he once tried to destroy. And they glorified God because of me. Well, this is interesting. I know this is kind of scattershot and I'm all over the place, but I kind of like following the text. Speaking of fiddling with the text and the question, are we reading it in its original form? This reference to seeing Cephas and meeting of the apostles, only James, the Lord's brother. Now, does he mean that of the apostles, he met Cephas and James so that James is an apostle? Well, Roman Catholics have no problem with that because they think James, the son of Zebedee, was the cousin of Jesus, and that brother, they tend to take somewhat self-servingly, theologically, meaning cousins would qualify. And they think James, son of Zebedee, James and John were cousins of Jesus. I don't know where that the basis for that is, except they just think they need to say that. So here's what I'm leading to with all this digression. It's been suggested that this business about, starting with verse 18, that after 3 years I went up to Jerusalem to visit Cephas and remained with him 15 days, but I saw none of the other apostles except James, the Lord's brother. That's, of course, the important passage in terms of, was there a historical Jesus? Because if Paul is writing this and he's claiming he met Jesus' own sibling, well, that would kind of settle it, right? That would mean, if Jesus' brother was still around, how old could he have been? Jesus must have been a contemporary of Paul, both in the flesh and ruling out the view of Alvar Ellegard and G.A. Wells, that perhaps there was some historical Jesus, but long before Paul. Well, if this is authentic, and we're being told Paul met the actual physical brother of Jesus, I mean, even if you want to call him a foster brother or a half brother or whatever, that this would rule out an ancient, then ancient already, Jesus, or a contemporary of Paul. But maybe it's an interpolation. And why is that suggested? Of course, our friend Bart Ehrman says that to even suggest such a thing is just what some call surgical exegesis, that the text gives you a problem, so let's say it wasn't originally in the text. By the way, the same stratagem Bart uses to redeem the Testimonium Flavianum, right? Where we have supposedly the testimony of Josephus in the very late first century to Jesus having been a historical figure. And he says, well, all right, he was the Christ line in the Testimonium Flavianum. That's an interpolation, but it seems to me that's surgical exegesis, right? You're trying to take a bad text and make it into a good one. But why does anybody say that this may be an interpolation into Galatians? First of all, it was not a mythicist who said it. There was another reason for somebody else to suggest it, and here's the reason. Tertullian, discussing this passage, does not say that, he doesn't mention this supposed first visit to Jerusalem to meet the apostles. You'd think that if it was in the copy of Galatians he had there in the 2nd century, he'd have quoted this when he's trying to argue that Paul was subordinate to the 12. This would really make his case, but he doesn't mention it. He does, of course, mention the similar passage in chapter 2, right at the beginning, which says, "Then after 14 years, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas, taking Titus along with me. I went up because of a revelation and set before them, though privately, before those who seemed influential, the gospel that I proclaim among the Gentiles, in order to make sure I was not running or had not run in vain. But even Titus, who was with me, was not forced to be circumcised, though he was a Greek," etc., etc. What do you know? In Tertullian's quotation of this, it lacks the again in the first verse, which implies that in the text he was reading, this was the first visit of Paul to meet the pillar apostles, and that it did not contain a reference to him meeting James, the Lord's brother, right? So the uncertainty of the text from a very early witness really weakens the argument that there must have been a contemporary historical Jesus contemporary with Paul. That's very important. It's the difference one word makes, and what is not cited by Tertullian where you would have to expect it. And one other little thing. Let's see. Okay, where is the thing about when the right time came? You notice how things become invisible when you're looking for them. Let's see. This is not quite the same point, but oh boy. Maybe you can help me out here. When the fullness of time had come, God sent forth his son. Where the heck is that in here?
Unknown caller.
Wouldn't you know it's a darn phone?
It's in Galatians 4:4.
Oh,
that's where it is.
This is interesting, not quite germane to the same point, thanks. But when the fullness of time had come, God sent forth his son, born of a woman, born under the law, to redeem those who were under the law, so that we might receive adoption as sons. Isn't it odd? Doesn't it strike you as strange that he stipulates that when God sent him forth, he was born of a woman? and under law. How many times have you heard any discussion of anybody and they say, well, one thing's for sure, he was born, he had a mom? Doesn't that kind of go without saying? So I have to wonder if this was an anti-Marcionite interpolation too, though I have no idea if there's any. I've never heard of any textual evidence that lacks that. But I can't help but take that as an ancient correction of the text by an anti-Marcionite scribe. Anyway, once you're done with the first couple of chapters, you have a kind of a short version of the argument in the epistle to the Romans, and it's very much like it, except for another surprising thing where it says that that when God gave the law through Moses, it he was a mediator, and that one does not need a mediator unless there are two groups involved, a group that gives and the group that receives. And let's see. Oh man, what does it matter here? I can usually find these things with no problem. Man. Boy, this is frustrating. At any rate, he says that in Galatians that the law was given through angels or given by angels. And it had to be so, because if it was simply just God giving it to the people of Israel, he wouldn't have needed a mediator. You only have a mediator, like an arbiter, like a negotiator between two groups of people. And so Israel, that's one group, but the angels who gave the law, that is another group. And then you start noticing elsewhere in the letter, he says, you want to be subject, as you once were, to the elemental spirits, the stoicheia. And who were they? Well, they were like subordinate spirits who were equivalent to the biblical angels, and sometimes the names are interchangeable because, excuse me, the angels were in charge of the elements, and there, like you see in the book of Enoch, an angel gives Enoch a tour of the heavenly spheres, and over here's the compartment where the snowflakes are stored up, and over here is where the stars are cataloged, and so on. And the different angels have charge of different depositories of weather phenomena, and hence the elements. Also, when the synonymous designation, the principalities and powers who we have to fight against, when they're mentioned, that's the same thing. And that they're connected with the stars. And so it all forms one big picture. And these angels in Galatians are mentioned to mitigate the authority of the Torah, that it wasn't given directly by God. Now, who else do we know who said that? We tend to read past it real quick if we're operating on traditional Orthodox assumptions. But it turns out, as we read in the Clementine material, that that what's the matter with me today? That the Simon Magus, who seems to be a kind of a what would it be, an alias for Paul, he taught, in opposition to Peter, that the angels gave the Torah. Well, that's pretty bluntly stated. And when it's virtually just as clear cut in Galatians, you have to start asking yourself, is this written by Paul as we know him, as orthodoxy has always presented him? And I say no. This is not far from the Marcionite view that the demiurge, the creator, who was righteous but stern and unforgiving, he gave the law, whereas the Father of Jesus Christ frees us from that with a gospel of love and forgiveness, and that Jesus died, the Son of the good, loving God, as a ransom in exchange for the demiurge, the creator, to yield up any of his created humans who wanted to switch allegiances and become adopted by the Father of Jesus Christ. And so it all kind of fits in, I think, even better with Marcionism. And I tend to think Marcion was a Simonian originally. And I'm partly basing that on Stephen Huller's suggestion that Marcus the magician, whom Irenaeus, I think, says was a disciple of Simon, that was Marcion, because there are a lot of similarities and so forth. The Marcion was already a bit more compromising than the strict rigorism of Simonianism. So I think strange things are going on here. That that most of the epistle, chapters 3 through 6, are likely Marcionite, possibly written by Marcion. And why do I think such a crazy thing as that? Well, again, it's just speculation, but sometimes that's all you've got. When Tertullian starts quoting Galatians, and he has said already that Paul is the apostle of Marcion and the apostle of the heretics. And he says elsewhere that Marcion discovered the epistle to the Galatians. Does he mean the first time Marcion happened upon a copy of it, that it was already being used, he just had never read it before? It could mean that, but I can't help thinking of Joseph Smith discovering the golden plates, when in fact, he didn't write them, he got it from several predecessors, Sidney Rigdon, what's his name, Solomon Spaulding, and others who contributed to it before he got a hold of it. It was a modern creation. Similarly, there are Buddhist works from Tibet where they say, in a time of persecution long ago, the monks managed to hide these scriptures, burying them in the earth so the persecutors wouldn't get them and destroy them. But it kind of looks like no. Later, monks took it upon themselves to wrote and antedate the things. Oh, yeah, it was not us. Oh, no, it was these ancient masters. Or in the Bible, when the prophet, prophetess Huldah and a couple of priests, I for some reason forget their names, they came to Josiah with some form of the book of Deuteronomy, and they said, hey, look what we found neglected and forgotten when we were refurbishing the temple. It cites Deuteronomy with all kinds of reform demands. And Josiah believes them and reads them and says, oh my gosh, we're in big trouble now. We didn't even know we were responsible for, getting rid of idols and all that stuff. Let's try to reform things quick. And they did, but God still lowered the boom on them anyway. So there's this pattern of antedating scriptures to give them the gravity of ancient writings when in fact they're new. And this continues today with new scriptures that pop up. And the secret gospel of Mark might be one of them. The gospel of Jesus' wife, which snookered several scholars, that's another one. And who knows what all. And there's several novels. I wrote a whole book about over 40 lost gospel novels. It's an irresistible idea. And so I think there are interesting little bits of evidence that point to the whole thing being Marcionite, if not by Marcion himself, at least chapters 3 through 6, with the first couple of chapters being by a later Marcionite responding to the book of Acts. So that's way more than you wanted to know. But since when have I? This reminds me of an old gag where a guy was doing Hubert Humphrey, doing a parody, and he gets up there and starts saying, my fellow Americans, I shall be brief, also terse, succinct, and economical of word and phrase and sentence and paragraph. Yes, I shall be brief. That's me, I have to admit. So take it away, Jacob.
Do you think that Marcion wrote Galatians?
I would not be at all surprised. And it's like, this isn't the full Marcionite system on display, but I think that's very much like the Gospel of Truth in Nag Hammadi, which we're told that Valentinus wrote the Gospel of Truth. But Valentinus's whole system as it evolved was much more complicated than what we read in the Nag Hammadi text. But I still think he's the author, and this was an early work. And the basic elements of the full-blown Marcionite system are there, but it isn't all that explicit yet. I'd say that that's kind of what we're dealing with in Galatians 3 through 6.
Could you tell us about your thoughts on Tertullian claiming that Marcion discovered Galatians and what he meant by that?
Well, I just think, because he doesn't explain it, but it seems to me that, because elsewhere he just says, I think he took a letter by Paul and cut stuff out of it that was friendly to the Old Testament and Judaism. And he admits, though, that of course Marcion says that I added things to it, or that we did, we Catholics. And he says, back and forth. He doesn't suggest how one might settle the question, but he goes on assuming that, it's intact the way it's in the canon. But it seems to me that the idea that he discovered it does imply that he wrote it and attributed it to Paul. And because that's what a lot of these guys did, right? Fourth Ezra, was it really by Ezra? No. But for the sake of the literary pose of the book, that Ezra is having a dialogue with the angel Uriel and so forth, same sort of a thing. All of these pseudepigraphical books were written under the name of some ancient person because they figured this is what they would have said had they lived today, or whatever. So despite, like Bart says that, well, there were forgers, let's just be blunt about it. I'd say that's true, but for whatever reason, look at the content. it's not like they're trying to swindle you into anything. Like, you don't have Paul or Ezra saying, I got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you, and God told me to. Or like Imos's old shticks with Reverend Billy Saul Hargis. I don't know if anybody's lucky enough or old enough to remember those, but he would do this bit on his radio show where he was this fraudulent radio evangelist, Billy Saul Hargis. And he would say that most people know that Jesus was a carpenter, but few realize he made several sets of living room and dining room furniture, and we have them. So, if the price is right, you can have furniture made by Jesus. Or he said, you don't just die and go to heaven. No, you have to make reservations. On the wings of him, most Protestants go coach. And I mean, you don't find that kind of nonsense in any of these pseudepigraphical works, right? There's no attempt to deceive you into anything. They're trying to be edifying and so on. And so, however they rationalized it, there's no. We see an ethical problem that apparently they did not see. I don't think there's it's not some kind of criticism to say that Marcion did write the thing and that others decided, well, I don't like this and that point, so I think I'm going to mitigate it by saying that Christ didn't have a human birth. He just descended from heaven, an inference from Luke chapter 4. He appeared in Capernaum and so on, or the stuff I mentioned. They decided to make it more Orthodox friendly. Again, you can't prove it, but given the historical analogy with all these other holy hoaxes, oh yeah, we found this ancient text, we better pay attention to it. Deutero Zechariah, etc. So I don't see a problem with it.
You mentioned that Jerome tells us that Marcion's text at 1:1 originally credited Jesus' resurrection to Jesus himself and not to the Father or anyone else.
Yeah, John has that also, right? That, well, actually there it survives into the text. If I lay down my life, I can take it up again. So if that's found elsewhere, it's no surprise. And what was that added, or was the opposite interpolated? One of my favorite examples of that in the Gospel of John is where in chapter 14, you have this amazing interchange where Philip says, Lord, you're talking about the Father all the time. Show us the Father, and that'll satisfy us. And Jesus says, Philip, have I been with you this long? You still don't recognize me? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. Huh? And then suddenly you hear, don't you believe that the Father is in me and I am in the Father? What? What does that mean? Well, all it means is you thought I was saying I am the Father, but I'm not, right? I meant something else. I think it's like a redactional change to calm down the heresy of patripassianism. Right. I think this is the same sort of a thing that they scribes say, wait a minute, if Jesus raised himself from the dead, that brings up the same kind of problem. How could he have done that if he's one person with two natures or whatever? I mean, how can you raise yourself from the dead if you're dead? So did that mean the Christ and Jesus are not the same guy? That Jesus was the channeler for the Christ Spirit? And that's who raised him? Oh, no, we don't want to touch that. Let's obscure it somehow. So that's what I suspect happened there. But again, I don't know that we have any textual evidence for it. But we wouldn't, right? We don't have anything early enough to attest such things.
It almost sounds like that's a response to the gospel to Hebrews having Christ possess Jesus at the baptism to me.
Mm-hmm. That's right, though they don't like that. Well, why is it that Mark has the Spirit come down and enter into Jesus, not rest upon Jesus as Matthew and Luke have? It's obvious Matthew and Luke didn't like the almost overt separationism that Jesus and the Christ were different entities temporarily aligned, like Judy Zebra Knight and Ramtha, right? She's channeling him, and sort of she of course was just a fraud, saying, "Why don't you buy horses that sold by Judy Knight?" What? And that's the kind of chicanery you don't really find in even in redacted, rewritten stuff. Nobody's trying to get away with anything. They're just trying to correct the text theologically.
So do you think that Galatians 3:6 was written earlier than the Gospels, or do you think that's also after the Gospels? It's like Galatians 1 and 2.
3:6. Shouldn't have closed that Bible. Galatians, here we are. Galatians 3:6. Just as Abraham believed God and it was counted to him as righteousness. Do I think that's an interpolation? Are we thinking of the same verse?
I was asking you if you think chapters 3 to 6 were written before the Gospels.
Gosh. Stupid me. Yeah.
Or after.
I'm thinking, again, my working hypothesis is that 3 through 6 were written by Marcion, though, again, at least by a Marcionite. And 1 through 2, I think, are written by a Marcionite, but later, not Marcion himself. And it would have been natural to, as a kind of a piece of apologetics, added on to the original.
So do you think that there are basically contradictions between chapters 3 to 6 and 1 to 2? Like you see, I think you've been implying that throughout our discussion today, that there are conflicts in their views about Jesus and the relationship to the law.
Let's see. Well, I don't know that the law would have been the problem, because even in the first 2 chapters, there is certainly this definite idea that at least Gentile Christians don't have to keep the law, and that even when Jewish Christians do, if they understand it rightly, they're doing it not as a means of salvation. Like when he has Paul rebuke Peter, he says, look, you and I both know it's faith in Christ that is saving. If you say you have to keep the Torah to be saved, as apparently your buddies from James do think, then why did Jesus die? What was the point? I mean, if that's just if the law is the deciding factor, what's the point? Why did he come? Why did he die? And so it seems to me that is pretty consistent with the rest of it, because you have this argument that also appears in Romans that look at Abraham. He didn't keep the Torah. There wasn't any Torah yet, but he did have faith. Okay, not in Jesus, but the faith analogous to the belief that God raised a dead man to life again. In Abraham's case, it was that his wife could bear a child, though she's like nearly a century old. That seemed pretty unlikely too, but he dared to believe it, and that was counted to him as merit. I take more of a Catholic view on that. Righteousness, meaning he got the points for this extraordinary exercise of faith. He says that's what we're asked to do, but things have changed. Now a different life from death thing has happened. Jesus dead, raised from the dead. I mean, that doesn't happen every day. You couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But if you believe that God did it, you're just like Honest Abe. He believed in an apparently impossible thing, and God accepted that as a real righteousness in his account, right? Or a big check mark there. And that's what he does with you. And it's faith that saves, not the law. He comes very close to the what would you call it, anthropological view of this. In modern theory, that in fact this was anciently known. You find in the Epistle of Aristeas the idea, it's like an apologist who's writing for Gentiles. He says, I know you think things about our faith are silly, like why can't you eat mice? What? Why would God demand this? Well, look, I know it's trivial, but that's kind of the point. God gave these laws to Moses to make Jewish behavior distinctive enough that if you were raised to keep that law, you wouldn't easily assimilate to paganism, which was especially a big problem in the times that Aristeas and Paul wrote. It was a way of raising the bar, raising the wall of separation, so that Jews would not easily just go through a revolving door. Some did anyway, and we read about it, like in 1 Corinthians. Circumcised Jews who believed in Jesus. Well, I'm sorry, circumcised Jews, whether they believed in Jesus or not, they wanted to assimilate. And Paul says, and people have wondered, what the heck is he talking about? He says, if you're circumcised, don't seek to remove the marks of circumcision to fit in, because if you went to the gym for a workout, well, people did that naked. That's why they called them gymnasiums, places for nakedness. And because you, like in the Olympics, all the athletes were naked. So if you're going to do that, and you would be, and you wanted to fit in with the Gentile gang, it would be embarrassing. Hey, this guy's circumcised, and you wanted to fit in, so you would take. It's so grotesque. You'd have to take this operation called epispasm, where you surgically. You were without the foreskin, so you pulled the skin down over the tip of the penis and somehow grafted it on. I can't imagine such a thing, but they would do that, and he's saying, "Hey, don't do that." But people were. But the laws that seemed so picky, as Aristeas, himself a Hellenized Jew, says, yeah, it is artificial. It's a way of segregating Jews from Gentiles, because if you don't, we're going to be assimilated away. The reason why conservative Jews oppose interfaith marriages, they're not bigots. They just realize that if Jews marry Christians, there's a great danger of them just saying, well, I'll change religions. It'll be easier that way. No, don't do it. Soon it's not going to be any Judaism anymore. So I'm sorry for this rant. I just can't shut up. But the point is, Paul anticipates that when he says, if you're a Jew, like you're a fish swimming in water, you're not really keeping the law as second nature to you. But if you convert a Gentile over to Christianity and tell him or her they have to keep the law, you're just putting an unnecessary stumbling block in their path. Why should they why should they embrace alien mores and so forth? That really is not central to salvation or faith in Christ. They don't have to keep the ceremonial law, and that's what he's talking about. Paul never says the moral law is abrogated, right? And so that's you still have that in all through Galatians, and it's I think an accurate and very apt description of the Jewish stance. They knew a lot of this stuff seemed picky, but that was the whole idea. We want to make it tough to exit and assimilate. Of course, it's also tempting to assimilate if you are chiding at the rigorousness of Jewish law, but I have to assume most Jews weren't. They were raised that way.
So, for my final question, do you see any hints that the temple has been destroyed by the time that Galatians was written down? Because many scholars will try to say it mentions James, the Lord's brother. It's got Paul going up to Jerusalem a couple of times. Clearly, the temple was still standing when Galatians written down. They use that as evidence that it's by Paul.
Well, of course, if you're adopting the pose of being Paul, unless you were totally ignorant, you would know that the temple was standing at the time, and so you would refer to it that way. But I don't know that proves that it actually was Paul. It's just part of the shtick, part of the role he's playing. Now, I admit, again, my views are speculative. So who knows? Maybe it is Paul, and the temple is standing. But there are little hints, like with this, like in 2:19. If I should rebuild what I tore down, I prove myself to be a transgressor. Is he sort of thinking of the temple as a what's the word, synecdoche, a part for the whole of Judaism, and he's saying that whole edifice is torn down, the requirement for the Torah and all that, and that Christ is substituting for that. It's not absolutely clear, but it well, like this thing with how chapter 4:1, I mean that the heir, as long as he is a child, is no different from a slave, though he's the owner of everything. But he is under guardians and managers until the date set by his father. In the same way, we also, when we were children, were enslaved to the elementary principles of the world. But when the fullness of time had come, God sent forth his son, born of a woman, born under law, to redeem those who were under the law, so that we might receive adoption as sons. Well, this was so epical an event that the coming of Christ is to bring to an end the old dispensation. That already is sort of pregnant with the idea that the temple system is kaput, or it's on its way out. And of course, in the Hebrews, it's clear that that's over with. That the sacrifice of Christ is replaced and improved upon the temple sacrifices. And all of the talk about how the law is obsolete for Christians seems to me to be kind of synecdoche for the whole Levitical system. But it's not explicit, I admit, but to me that makes more sense. And like the times of the Gentiles, right, in Luke, that is coincident with the destruction of the temple, and so that then the same author can depict Paul as saying, because of Christ, you can be justified for things that you couldn't have been under the law. That sounds a lot like Hebrews also. So it's not explicit, but it seems to me it may very well be implicit that the temple and the whole darn thing is gone and Christ has replaced it.
I want to make this point that I forgot to mention earlier, that if Paul did preach against circumcision before 70, I think there's a good chance he probably could have gotten killed, because Josephus says that the Zealots forced Gentiles, adult Gentiles, to circumcise. They weren't going out debating if it was necessary. They were making people do it.
Yeah.
That's a strange conundrum that the standard view cannot explain.
This brings up the opposition to circumcision by non-Jews today, who are urging that circumcision be outlawed because it's really child abuse. I find that very frightening. You're seriously suggesting you're going to outlaw the central ritual of Jewish identity? That's like Antiochus Epiphanes. What are you going to do to parents who circumcise their kids? I think that is really anti-Jewish persecution waiting to happen. And I hope it never comes to that. I say leave Jews alone, for Pete's sake.
But tonight we're covering the Epistle to the Philippians, a compressed forgery in Paul's name. It appears to begin and end again many times. That's why I put the word compressed in the title, a compressed forgery, a compression of several letters or a compilation of letters that was put together. So, Bob, when you look at the Epistle to the Philippians, what stands out to you in contrast to the other epistles about it? And what makes it, in your view, a forgery?
Well, for one thing, I think it could almost be called a fourth pastoral epistle. It's got the bishops and deacons like 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus do, but unlike any of the others. So it seems to me it's that marks it as late. But also the heavy irony in there, that where he says, boy, I'd like nothing better than to be beheaded and fly on up to heaven to be with Christ. But I know that's not going to happen, because I'm needed among you, and I'll continue to be active. And I don't count myself to have been perfected yet, but I will be when I get to heaven. All of that seems to me to imply that the actual writer knows, the readers know, Paul did already die as a glorious martyr. And it just seems to me that it lays it on too thick for anything else. It's like you're left saying, wow, he did witness for Christ even to the last minute, and now sniff, he's wearing his martyr's crown up there. And the business about him continuing on for their benefit is a sort of a winking reference to the fact that someone is taking his role and writing in his name. This letter is the way he's continuing to work with them and for them. That not only that, it does seem to be, as you pointed out, a collection of 3 different short letters. Now, that's not odd because, as I've mentioned before, and probably everybody here knows, ancient letters were very short unless you wanted to really write a treatise and sort of just gratuitously put on an opening and a closing. Like Hebrews is pretty obviously that. Only they kind of forgot the salutation. But these are more. More the regular length of a letter. And how do we know that? Well, because we have loads of papyrus letters that were discovered, for instance, at Oxyrhynchus, along with snippets from a copy of the Gospel of Thomas. It's so crazy. They were used to stuff the cured hides of alligators. So in the tombs they dug up, they had these stuffed alligators, and they opened them up, and there were a whole lot of just paper garbage in there, including receipts, bills, wedding announcements, all kinds of just trivial stuff. But there were a few bits and pieces of Gospels, but the letters were very short, and that apparently was the general practice. Well, it's interesting, and I think striking, that some decades ago, both I think it was Gunther Bornkamm and Walter Schmidthal's, both Bultmann disciples, if I'm not mistaken, they both decided to analyze Philippians and came up with three constituent early letters. And you mentioned how it seems to end and start again and so forth. Well, they came up with exactly the same map, so to speak. There wasn't any difference. It's so clear that, yeah, it really falls neatly into three letters. So it's hard to know whether anybody was actually trying to make them into a single letter, or was trying to just preserve three of them continuously, like a mini anthology. The correspondence of Paul to the Philippians. It's really tough to say. But that's now this, I don't know if it's a mark of lateness or not, but the famous kenosis hymn in chapter 2, verses really, they usually say 5 through 11, it's really 6 through 11. It says, have this mind, or this attitude in you, which was in Christ Jesus. And what follows appears to be a hymn. It starts with who, because it's like all these hymns. There's another one in Colossians. It's a Christological hymn. And it says that Christ deferred for the good of others. He made a great sacrifice. The guy lived in divine splendor, and yet he not only set that aside for the grungy existence of a human being with all the thousand shocks that flesh is heir to, but even volunteered for or submitted himself to death. And then, in a phrase that interrupts the meter of the original, even death on a cross. So that might be an addition, but it doesn't really matter much in any event. He even went to the point of death. And because of that, he didn't consider equality with God something to be seized, but did just the opposite. Sort of like the gospel saying, whoever exalts himself will be humbled, but whoever humbles himself will be exalted. Well, this applied even to him. And because he did this incredible thing, God has actually super exalted him, so that, and then they quote Isaiah, that he gave him the name above every name, quote, so that every knee should bow and every tongue confess in heaven, on earth, and under the earth that Jesus Christ is Kurios, Lord. Now, this is filled with fascinating things, one of which is it might be docetic because it says he was in the form, the morphe of God, and exchanged it for the morphe of a human being. Now, this is maddening because morphe could mean either form or nature. And of course, if you say he had the nature of God and then set it aside for the nature of a mortal human, there you have an idea that Christ was already fully divine. But if you say form, well, he could have been an angel. It's not clear at all. And so he could have tried to seize equality, and they're probably thinking of like Isaiah 14 there. By this time, that was probably interpreted as referring to Satan, Halal, the son of Shahar. He said, I will be like Elyon. I will ascend to Mount Zaphon, the meeting hall of the gods. But bad luck, pal. You're cast down, and you don't even have a decent burial. Well, it's sort of like saying he didn't make that mistake. He willingly dove into the hell of mortal existence, including death. And for such a sacrifice, he was given the name that is above every name. Now, what is that name? This is really fascinating to me. Paul Couchot, I think, who was a mythicist, pointed this out. I remember once I was in the basement of the theological library at Drew University, and happened upon this old article by Paul Louis Couchot about this passage. And he pointed out the name that is above every name is not Kurios, Jesus Christ is Lord. No, it's Jesus is the name, because it goes on to say that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow, every tongue should confess. Whoa. And he said that alone precludes the possibility of a historical Jesus. That this entity only was granted the throne name of Jesus after his death and exaltation, whatever form the latter took. I don't see anything wrong with that. I guess you can't prove that's what it means, because in the letter to the Hebrews, it does speak of Lord as a name. But if you don't use that cross reference, which is to say, if you don't pretend this is saying that, because it's not exactly the same, that is a pretty powerful argument that whoever wrote this hymn did not know of an itinerant miracle worker and teacher named Jesus. It doesn't say how he wound up dying and all that, but and this is the thing Eastern Orthodox soteriology is based on. They said, you see, the thing wasn't judicial so much that we had a debt of sin toward God, and he took it. Now, you find that in 2 Corinthians very clearly, but is that here? And Orthodox theologians say, no, the idea was he assumed humanity, which is to say mortality. And because if he hadn't become incarnate or whatever, assumed the form of a human being, then he wouldn't have been able to do what he did in their minds, namely assume humanity so that he could transform it into divinity. That's what happens to us through faith and good works and the sacraments. We become gradually transformed by means of theosis, they call it, or divinization or deification. St. Athanasius said, God became man so that man might become God, which is a pretty nervy thing to say. So this is packed with interesting implications. And docetism is another one, right? Because of the form of a man. That sort of cagey, right? Did he look like a man? I think in which one? One of the undisputed Pauline epistles, it says he came in the likeness of sinful flesh. Well, you mean he had this flesh, or you would have thought he did? Well, it would have been a lot easier if he'd have just said, like for John chapter 1 does, the word became flesh, but that's not what it says. Now, how this has to do with either the Pauline authorship or the date of it, I don't know, because it's up in the air as to how Christology developed. And if there was a straight line trajectory of it, I don't think there was, because you wound up with a whole bunch of different Christologies, and you probably would not have if there was an original Jesus or apostolic Christology. You got bits of adoptionism, or Jesus being a half divine demigod and so on. But this might be evidence for Docetism. And one other thing, as I rant on about this, James D.G. Dunn and others said, this isn't talking about a pre-existent Christ. It means that God sent his son, as it says in Galatians, but God sent Moses, God sent Jeremiah and Isaiah. It doesn't mean he swooped down from heaven, doesn't have to anyway. Maybe it just means he sent him on his mission. And what about the not seeking equality with God and all that? Well, he's the new Adam, the last Adam. And Adam was not a pre-existent being. Neither need Christ have been. It just means he didn't act in hubris as Adam did. He did not seek to glorify himself. Rather, he became a servant of all mankind. And we ought to do the same. After all, it says, have this mind in you. That doesn't mean like that you think you're God, but now you're going to take a vacation from it. No, you need to be as humble to become a servant as he did. So that's one of the chief issues in interpreting the epistle. But alas, I don't think it helps much in terms of, hey, is this the real Paul, or is this early or late? But I do think the big dead giveaway is this seeming prescience of his imminent demise that is painted in such colors that the reader is assumed already to know what happened. But at any rate, I'm wandering far from it. But the idea that there are three letters, again, that's not a problem. If the Apostle Paul wrote three letters to the Philippians, what the heck? Somebody just put them one after the other. It's no different than having a collection of the three Johannine letters. So that doesn't weigh in on it. But I do think pseudonymity is demanded by this phony retrospective thing.
Ovid, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Solara Knight, thank you for your super chat. Philippians 4:3. Paul mentions esoteric knowledge about Yahweh's book of life. Is the book of life and book of deeds and remembrance actually Akashic records?
I forgot to put my glasses on, so I cannot look up the passage. Could you read Philippians 4:3 for me?
Sure. I'm just gonna
talk about being prepared.
I'm just gonna pull it up. Let's see. 1 second. Okay. It says, and I ask you also, true yokefellow, help these women, for they have labored side by side with me in the gospel together with Clement and the rest of my fellow workers, whose names are in the book of life.
Yeah, I think that the thing with the Akashic records is interesting because think of in the book of Revelation when it says the books were opened and what everybody did, whether good or evil, was recorded in the books. Uh, what sort of books? I mean, do you think they're literal paper or papyrus or vellum? It's apparently some envisioned as some supernatural something or other. And if you say that, you're getting pretty close to the occult idea of Akashic records. And maybe it's not exactly. Well, look at Islam. The Quran is supposed to be um, transcription from the mother of the book, the heavenly Quran, that was all probably eternally written. And it was gradually dictated piecemeal by Gabriel to Muhammad. Well, again, does God actually have big bound paper volumes in heaven? That kind of implies some sort of cosmic beyond material record where everything is preserved. It's not that different, I should say. But I'm not sure this goes that far because this sounds like something like in again in the book of Revelation, or it says to one of the churches that I will, if you overcome, etc., I will not cross your name out from the book of life or erase it or blot it or whatever your translation says. That seems to be the role of the saints, that if you are a true believer, etc., you're in. It's like the great scene in Matthew, I guess, when Jesus anticipates the final judgment, and there's this line of people waiting to get in as if it's some kind of disco, and he says, "Gee, I'm sorry, I don't know you." It's like your name is not on the list, like the bouncer says. So I'm afraid you're out of luck. Goodbye. I think that's kind of what they mean there, that these guys are definitely in. These people, I worked with them. They're true believers and workers for the gospel. And so they're, when the book of life is opened, as Revelation also says, they're in there. So they're in. Sometimes in the Bible, the book of life just means the roll call of the living, and that as long as you're alive, you're in there, and you get crossed out when you die. But usually, I think it's not like it appears a whole bunch of times in the Bible, but when it does, usually, as I recall, it does seem to mean you're one of God's favorites. You're a member of the club thanks to your faith in Him. In Luke, the 70, I think it is, come back from their mission and they're just thrilled. We were able to cast out demons. We did this and that and the other thing. And Jesus says, well, fine, but don't rejoice in this. Rejoice that your names are written in heaven. Okay, so you've made it. You're one of God's people, and you're in. Not that you couldn't screw it up, right? Because in Revelation you could be crossed out if you don't watch out. He knows who's been naughty and nice, and you could probably get the switches and ashes on the judgment day instead of a stocking full of toys and so on. So I think it's more like that. But again, you're dealing with the celestial spiritual world, so it's not that far from the idea of the Akashic records.
What do you make of Clement and Epaphroditus, two characters mentioned in Philippians, and a couple of characters mentioned in Philippians, and Robert Eisenman's conclusion that Clement is actually Titus Flavius Clemens, and the Epaphroditus in Philippians is the same one that worked with Josephus?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that'd be some coincidence if it weren't, though I suppose neither name was so uncommon. But that makes sense to me. But it's interesting to compare it with Evodia or Euodia, as some render it, and Syntyche. He wants these women to stop fighting and to come to some agreement. These names are often taken, they mean like uh, lucky and successful. They're synonyms, and it seems like they're supposed to be just what Todorov calls narrative characters. The name sums up what they are. You don't really need to know anything else about them. They're named fictively for some quality they represent, and so I think it's just an appeal for harmony and no more squabbling, which of course is a famous favorite pastime in churches. So, but it's funny; those seem to be literary creations, but Epaphroditus and Clement don't. And so then the question becomes, are these people Paul actually knew, or are they being read back into Paul's life and career to give them clout? And I don't know that we can ever be sure. It's a tempting idea to, oh, of course, it's possible. If it is not a pseudepigraph, I think it is, but if it isn't, that would apparently make it look very likely that, yeah, Paul had contact with these historical figures. It's just that I don't know how you can be sure either way.
And I don't think First Clement helps because Clement never states that he knew Paul and that Paul died a long time ago. So Philippians is kind of contradicting that and trying to make it look like that they knew each other when they did not.
Right. Yeah, very good point. Yes.
We do have a super chat. Solar Knight, thank you for your super chat. Moses once blotted out God's book, Exodus 32:32.
Yes, didn't he say God's about to destroy the people because of their idolatrous orgies down there and with the golden calf? And he says, no, cut me out of the book of life. I think it could mean either one, so that I'm no longer on your preferred list or the register of the living. Kill me, but not them. I kind of lean toward the latter, especially since heavenly eternal life doesn't seem to be in view very often in the Pentateuch.
Besides,
and this image appears in a lot of ancient religions and so forth. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. So besides Philippians possibly knowing about Paul's death, does it also indicate that it was written after the temple destruction? Does it know anything or give a hint to the temple being destroyed, like we encountered in some of the previous letters that we've covered?
Not that I can think of. Probably missing something, but he's against those who preach the need for Christian circumcision. He mentions, well, okay. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. It's Galatians where he gets into the allegory of Sarah and Hagar, which might well imply knowledge of the Roman destruction. But in Philippians, oh, I don't know of anything. Do you have something in mind? You have an eagle eye for this stuff.
Well, I guess the Clement thing would kind of fit in there. If it is the same Clement, then yeah, that would be evidence. It's later.
I see.
In 70 AD. What about you also note in the book that you see parallels with Gnostic ideas, stuff like the fall of Sophia in Philippians. Can you elaborate?
Yeah. F.C. Bauer pointed this out. One of the reasons he thought it was not authentically Pauline was, he says, the terminology in the so-called kenosis hymn rings true for Gnosticism, and in fact more so than any other early Christian context, because he says that he emptied himself. That's where we get the kenosis, emptying, from. And he says in Valentinian Gnosticism, when Sophia she's on the rim of the pleroma, and she wants to continue the emanation chain from the Father, and there were like 365 ions. She's the last, and she's by herself. The others were in pairs. And so this kind of is a way of saying that she doesn't really know the wisdom of God. It's like the Father is the Sun, S-U-N, and the ions are the planets. It's just my analogy. And Sophia is Pluto. She's out on the rim and so far away from the source of her own creation that she appears to be exactly the opposite. Whereas the sun is unimaginably huge, Pluto is a little snowball. Whereas the sun is bright, Pluto is dark. The sun is hot, Pluto is cold, etc. So she doesn't really know what's going on, but she wants to. I suspect there's a kind of a pun that she wants to conceive, which she finally does, giving birth to the demiurge. But he is like a sort of disturbed half-wit, and because she didn't have the. I mean, they didn't know about this, but we would say she's working only with her own DNA. So it's not going to work very well. And the demiurge thinks he's God, but isn't. And she was trying to continue the chain. Well, she was then cast out of the pleroma into the kenoma, the emptiness. And that's where all the trouble begins, with the demiurge creating the material world and so on. And Bauer said, this is no coincidence. He emptied himself and went beyond the sunny realm of the divine emanations, and was cast out into the cold darkness of the godless universe. And I have to admit that kind of makes sense, because I don't really believe Dunn was right. I think this is some sort of pre-earthly incarnation thing. And notice it says he emptied himself. He had some sort of divinity, but set it aside. That's not exactly two-nature Christology. And it seems to me, though, of course, again, you can't prove it, but where does the signal point? And it seems to me it is in a Gnostic direction. And that could mean that it's post-Pauline, because if it's distinctively, albeit implicitly, Valentinian, as I would say Colossians is too, then that probably would make it post-Pauline.
Can you go back to Philippians mentioning or being familiar with Paul's death? You mentioned some details, I think, that kind of remind me of the Acts of Paul. Could you expand?
Well, he's awaiting trial, and he seems to he's talking bravely. Oh, I'm sure this will be okay, but in case it's not, it'll be okay with me if it is. My free ticket to heaven, as Don Imus used to say, most Protestants go coach. But I'm sure it'll all turn out for the best. And in any event, I'll continue to minister to you. Hint, hint. It just seems to me it's so heavily ironic. If you contrast it with the roughly similar talk in one of the pastorals, where he says, well, here I am awaiting trial, and almost everybody has deserted me. Demas left and so forth. Only Luke is with me. That sounds, now I think that's pseudepigraphical on other grounds, but at least it sounds a bit more convincing that this is Paul in jail writing this, whereas it just seems to me to be pouring it on in Philippians. And you might say, Price, that's just subjective. I admit it. This is just how it strikes me. And I'm the last to say, oh, I know this is true. But that's the way it reads to me. And that it's also another thing that seems purely artificial when he says, I know there are people out there just trying to get me in trouble preaching the gospel. They don't mean it, but really in the long run, who cares? Because the gospel is being preached. Wait a minute. They're trying to get Paul in trouble by preaching his message, and the authority is going to say, darn it, we put this guy away, but it hasn't stopped anything. In other words, these idiots are risking the same fate as Paul just to upset him. Somebody didn't think this through. I mean, you can imagine the people out there lying about him or misunderstanding, like in the book of Acts, where it says, well, these people say there's another God, another king, but instead of Caesar and all that, and that'll get Paul in trouble. Now, that at least makes some sense, whether it's true or not. But you're putting yourself on the line. You're inviting trouble, calling attention to yourself for doing the same thing that got Paul thrown in the slammer. Nobody would do that. It doesn't make any sense. So it seems to me somebody is familiar with other letters where he does warn people of the circumcision party and the false brethren. But this, it just seems to me somebody hasn't thought it through, and it's fictive.
It kind of reminds me of Salos and Castabras being summoned before Emperor Nero in Josephus's Wars of the Jews. But I also think it's Sulla Cascala also merging his account of his imprisonment because of Emperor Domitian's death at 96 AD, his assassination by Stephanos. When they stabbed each other to death, and I think it's the same kind of story. Not the same kind of story, but the same person. Stephen mentioned in 1 Corinthians that the greetings to the household of Stephanos. It kind of fits the bill, and the assassinating the son of lawlessness in 2 Thessalonians.
Yeah, that would make sense. See, you're bringing in a frame of reference I never thought of. It's fascinating.
When you look at Marcion's version of Philippians to the canonical version, what are some of the major differences between the two?
I don't really know. I'm not familiar enough with it. I've read it, but it didn't stay with me. I'd have to go back and look at the reconstruction of it again. What are some differences that you can think of?
Well, apparently it doesn't mention Clement and Epaphroditus. That's one thing. It's a couple of things. But anyway, so in general, you think that Philippians is very, very similar to Johannine theology.
Yeah, apparently, depending on how you understand the kenosis hymn. But if it does mean what people usually think it means, yeah, that the word was made flesh, it does seem to imply a higher Christology than you can be sure you find in other epistles with Paul's name on them. There are passages that could be read that way, like in Galatians, when the fullness of time had arrived, God sent forth his son, but that doesn't necessarily mean from heaven to earth. Whereas, if you take this that way and setting aside divine attributes, it does make sense that way. And so, does this attest more Johannine or Philonic leaning Christology? I wouldn't be surprised. And the fact that we can talk about it like this, when you think of the way the Bible is quoted in churches, as if, oh yeah, we know exactly what it means. This gives people impatience. They say, well, you guys can't even determine what it means. Yeah, don't you see the implication of that? You can't thunder away from the pulpit. Can you imagine a guy saying, my friends, it's a 48% probability that God is against homosexuality. It's like a 60% likelihood that Christ was fully divine before his birth in Bethlehem. Nobody would do that, right? But they just don't know. Their tradition completely controls their reading of the text. Whoever told them to read the Bible told them what it meant, and they don't. They're not stupid, but they just don't have the same sort of interest in the text the historical exegete has. And I'm not trying to be like the Sanhedrin in the Gospel of John saying, this mob that knoweth not the law is accursed. No, they're not. They're good people. You just can't expect everybody to be interested in these arcane things. But once you are into it, you realize things are much more complicated than you were led to believe.
And then my final question for tonight, what do you make of scholars when they try to rescue Philippians as being a pre-war epistle by the hands of Paul, when they state, well, the church leadership structure of Philippians is nothing like the pastorals. It's actually very different, so they claim.
Yeah, I don't see where the difference lies. I mean, it doesn't spell out the qualifications and the duties of the bishops and deacons, but what the heck? I mean, you've got those, if it distinguishes two sort of more or less clerical orders, compare that with First Corinthians, where you've got different people in the congregation who have different charismatic gifts, with hints that they're only possessed sporadically and may even circulate among the members. That it's not a permanent possession of anybody. This is about as far away as you could get. It's like comparing the Episcopal Church with Pentecostals. Don't tell me there's no difference between them. And that's kind of what they're saying. I think they're just kidding themselves.
When you look at First Thessalonians, it is one of the letters, as you know, that F.C. Bauer rejected. It seems to be strongly indicative that it knows the temple was destroyed. Probably more so than the other letters, although I would say it's at least on par with First Corinthians, about let's not worship God in buildings subject to the flames, and that the temple is inside you. Whereas with First Thessalonians, it's even in some sense more explicit when it says that the wrath of God has come upon the Jews, like it's already happened. Yeah, past tense. Not even trying to even put prophecy into Jesus' mouth like Mark 13. It's just going to outright say, oh, it's already happened. Some scholars that recognize the problem for what it really is try to say it's an interpolation to get out of it when there's no manuscript evidence that it is an interpolation. So can it be coherently separated from the rest of the text that they want to rescue as being pre-70 and therefore by Paul? What problems do you see with all of that?
Well, Bauer pointed out a bunch of things, and that is the howler of it, but there are other ones too, like, for instance, the brevity of the salutation. Paul, Silvanus, and Timothy, to the church of the Thessalonians, in God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ, grace to you and peace. That's a little wordy, but nothing compared to some of these prolix openings of the other epistles. And the same is true with Second Thessalonians. And Bauer said, it looks like somebody is trying, perhaps without having copies at hand of the other epistles, the previous ones, somebody's trying to say, well, I guess this is the kind of thing Paul said, but it seems a little plain for that. Now, defenders of authenticity say, oh, no, the first and second Thessalonian letters are the earliest ones, and Paul hadn't really got going on he hadn't really got into the swing of these elaborate openings and so forth. I guess it's possible, but and Bauer's argument isn't a drop dead knockdown argument, but it's enough to make you wonder, and then you get into stuff that really seems to be very powerful here. There's a lot about the rejoicing of the author in the well-known progress spiritually of Congress and Achaia and so forth. And you wonder if there would have been much time for that. I suppose there could be. I mean, you hear in fundraising letters from ministries and missionaries sometimes inflated rhetoric about the great things God is doing here among us. So it could just be, PR. But on the other hand, you have to wonder if this is not reflecting a pretty long period of time. I mean, if this is written very shortly after Paul's ministry to the churches in these areas of the Peloponnesian Peninsula, you wonder how long it would take and what these people did to give them such a reputation. Again, that's kind of slippery, though, I admit that. But he goes on into a lot of stuff about apparently defending himself. He returns to it again and again, like in chapter 1, verse 5, right in the middle. Let's see. You know what kind of men we proved to be among you for your sake, and you became imitators of us and of the Lord, for you received the word in much affliction with the joy of the Holy Spirit, so that you became an example to all the believers in Macedonia. Not only has the word of the Lord sounded forth from you in Macedonia and Achaia, but your faith in God is gone forth everywhere, so that we need not say anything. For they themselves report concerning us the kind of reception we had among you, and how you turned to God from idols to the living and true God, and to wait for his Son from heaven. And that's going to be followed up in a bit, whom he raised from the dead, Jesus, who delivers us from the wrath to come. But back to his self-praise here, 2:1. For you yourselves know, brethren, that our coming to you was not in vain. But though we had already suffered and been shamefully treated at Philippi, as you know, we had boldness in our God to declare to you the gospel of God in the midst of much conflict. For our appeal does not spring from error or impurity or any attempt to deceive, but just as we've been approved by God to be entrusted with the gospel, so we speak, not to please man, but to please God who tests our hearts. Now, again, it's easy to read too much into this, but you wonder what it is, why he feels he needs to defend himself this way. And even conservative scholars say it must be, or very well might be, that people are dissing Paul. People would say, this guy was just one more medicine show quack. He's just exploiting you, rubes. Don't you see it? And he feels compelled to say, look, did we behave that way? Were we exploitative? And then, kind of in the spirit of Bauer, you have to pull back a bit and say, does this represent these factional tensions in the early church? Because famously, there were Jewish Christians, Ebionites, etc., that said Paul was a charlatan and a false apostle. Is that what we're seeing here? Because whoever thought the opposite of this could scarcely have viewed Paul as a genuine apostle. But he says, hey, no, God gave us this work and we're doing it. And like in verse 6, nor did we seek glory from people, whether from you or from others, though we could have made demands as apostles of Christ. And of course, this is just what he accuses the super apostles of doing in Corinth when they rolled into town. So are others saying the same thing about him? I'm not trying to say that if they were, there's the real Paul. You have to have charity of interpretation here. There's no reason to think the guy was a con man that I know of, but he doesn't seek glory. And if he did, he's in the wrong business, right? He's always being persecuted. If he wanted to make money, there's easier, safer ways of doing it, which is a pretty good argument. In chapter 2, verse 7, we were gentle among you like a nursing mother taking care of her own children. So being affectionately desirous of you, we were ready to share with you not only the gospel of God, but also our own selves, because you would become very dear to us. For you remember, brothers, our labor and toil, we work night and day, that we might not be a burden to any of you while we proclaim to you the gospel of God. Now, there's that theme again. We could easily have, we did have the right to be supported by you, but we didn't want to impose on you. So it would have been legitimate, but no, why take the risk of looking like you're just trying to make bucks off them? And again, your witnesses in God also, how holy and righteous and blameless was our conduct toward you believers. Yeah, I mean, this is, this from the guy who said, I mustn't boast. But maybe he's just defending himself, and you can kind of understand that. Whoever he is, I mean, if this is Paul speaking, it would make sense. But also, if it's latter-day Paulinists, you're cheering for your own guy. You're arguing against people like the Ebionites that said he was a faker. Now we get into something real interesting. That depending on where you stand on the Christ myth theory, you might take this as evidence of late pseudo-Pauline authorship. In verse 14, 2:14, you brothers became imitators of the churches of God in Christ Jesus that are in Judea, for you suffered the same things from your own countrymen as they did from the Jews. Oh boy, here we go. Who killed both the Lord Jesus and the prophets, and drove us out and displease God and oppose all mankind by hindering us from speaking to the Gentiles that they might be saved. That's kind of like when Jesus says to the Pharisees, you SOBs, people want to get into the kingdom and you know how to get in. You've got the key to the kingdom, but you won't share it with them. Nice guys. Same thing here. This is especially bad. But you're the enemies of all mankind. It's very difficult to imagine any Jew of any persuasion saying this, because that's a standard trope of vicious ancient anti-Semitism. They hate everybody else. They're too good for everybody else. What are they hiding? And this nastiness is, to me, a nail in the coffin of authenticity. I mean, if Paul supposedly was not a Jew as a Christian, then this would be less offensive though still pretty darn offensive. But it's impossible to imagine, I think, him using this kind of nasty rhetoric. Now, what's the issue of this? I mean, how does it end? Right in the middle of verse 16. No, yeah, that's right. So as always to fill up the measure of their sins. Not always. That implies they're always going against God, and you wonder why they get persecuted. God sicked the Assyrians, the Romans, anybody else on them because they're so darn sinful. And now they're getting what they deserve. But wrath has come upon them at last. Now, what do you suppose this could be a reference to? I mean, some decisive sign that shows, okay, God's washed his hands. They asked for it. They finally got it. Well, of course, it has to be the destruction of the temple. What the heck else could it be? I mean, he doesn't even need to say, because it's got to be something that fills the whole horizon, right? The destruction of the temple. Oh my God, that necessitated the placing of Judaism on a whole different footing. It became the religion of a book in more ways than it ever had been. The Sadducees and the Essenes, who were both much involved with the temple, whether they ruled it or boycotted it, nonetheless, they were fixated on it. It's gone. And so were both of those groups, especially after the events surrounding the destruction of Jerusalem. So, I mean, things were so different. Well, yeah, that has to be it. And this was not written before 70 AD. And is it possible this is an interpolation? Well, anything's possible, but it just, I mean, I'm sure even Winsome Monroe has some bones to pick with vocabulary differences, but it's so of the text. I don't know if that really matters much, because you don't have like an iron rule that it's got to be so many characteristic Pauline words per square inch. So I'm not impressed by that. And as you say, there's no textual evidence for that. Not that there would be, right? Because we just don't have any texts that are that early. And then there's various other stuff. Oh, yeah. He goes into his longing to check up on the brethren there, and how Timothy has gone to visit them and made a good report, and so on and so forth. Then the letter seems to want to end at chapter 4. Finally, then, brothers, we ask and urge you in the Lord Jesus that as you received from us, how you ought to walk and to please God, just as you're doing, that you do so more and more. For you know what instructions we gave you through the Lord Jesus. So he's harking back to the time he or Paul, if this isn't Paul, instructed him on Christian behavior. And then he says, you know what it was, but then he goes right into it as if he hadn't, right? Chastity and this and that and the other thing, and so forth. So, you know, that sounds to me like a piece of rhetoric that, you know what I told you, it was this. Well, you're telling them now, aren't you? He could be reminding them of it, but he's just said you are obeying what I said to do. So why is he repeating it if that's what he's doing? And my guess is no. This is the initial Pauline teaching by somebody other than Paul. And I want to get oh yeah, here, this is going to come into eschatology, and that has another big clue for the dating of it. Let's see. Yeah, he exhorts them and verse 11 and following, to aspire to live quietly and to manage your own affairs and to work with your hands as we instructed you, so that you may live properly before outsiders and be dependent on no one. This has a whiff of the pastoral epistles. Hey, we don't want to rock the boat. We don't want any bad headlines. We want to be just, Joe and Jane Thessalonians, whatever you call it. It doesn't quite sound like the apostolic community in Acts getting into trouble all the time. Now we get into another thing where he says, don't you remember what I told you? But now he then slips and says, oh, I guess I didn't tell you this. How could he not have? And here it is. We do not want you to be uninformed, brothers, about those who are asleep, dead, right? That you may not grieve as others do who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so, through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have fallen asleep. So the dead will, come back with him when he, or either that, or they will come up out of the grave to meet him. It's not clear. They come with him either way, whether down or up, is my point. For we declare to you, is verse 15, by a word from the Lord. Now, what does he mean? A word of revelation, as is intimated in 1 Corinthians? Could be. But it also might be a reference back to one of the prophets who has a lengthy passage about the coming of the Lord and all that stuff. So we don't know what he's talking about here. It could be some revelation from Jesus or a historical Jesus, though it doesn't say that, and that's significant. Or it could be a Bible quote. So here's the big news in right in the middle of verse 15. We who are alive and who are left until the coming of the Lord will not precede those who have fallen asleep. For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a cry of command, apparently telling the dead to rise, I should think, and with the voice of an archangel, and with the sound of the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so we will always be with the Lord. Therefore, encourage one another with these words. What does he mean? So, thus, in this way, we will always be with him. Well, I think he means we'll be in the air, in the heavens. If this, you shouldn't read into this the book of Revelation that says the resurrected saints will populate the earth. This seems to envision a permanent heavenly existence. Now, what is it that they were worried about? He compares them to people that don't believe in life after death, who have no hope, grieving like people that say, well, death's the end of it, and I guess that's it. Eat, drink, and be merry, study higher criticism, for tomorrow we die. But I'm guessing from the way it's developed, he's telling them about the resurrection of the dead that they didn't know about. You mean Paul, believing that, didn't tell them about it? And he's now trying to catch up. Oops, jeez, I forgot. We will rise, but they'll be first in line. So don't worry. Actually, they're ahead of us. And so forth. So they're probably saying, or he knows some people are saying, gee, Uncle Mel, he never got a chance to hear the gospel, or even if he did and he was a believer, he's dead now. I thought it was he who endures to the end will be saved. But these guys, I mean, the guy got cancer. It was no fault of his that he's dead. Is he lost? And so he's saying, oh, no. Don't worry, they'll rise from the dead. You know, the same anxiety pops up in First Corinthians when he talks about that some who baptize vicariously for the dead, which Latter-day Saints still do. It's like Uncle Arphaxad. He didn't have a chance to hear it. I guess he was just going to stay dead. No. You can be baptized in his place, and Origen tells us that was still going on in his day. But it's weird to imagine Paul not having told him that, but it somehow, to me, seems even stranger if you're saying if the writer is having to, a later writer is having to tell him this. What sort of a gospel were they preaching? What did he think would happen? And is he just reiterating it, or is he theologizing off the cuff and attributing it to God? I don't know, but here I think we have an intimation of what we're going to get right between the eyes in 2 Thessalonians by yet another writer even later in the game. And let's see. And then in 5, we have the idea that, it may be later than we thought. You didn't expect your Christian relatives to die. But here it says, well, it could be any time, so you better keep on your toes. Of course, that Matthew especially has parables about this, like the wise and foolish virgins and so forth. You better stay alert, because you're saying, well, look, he hasn't come so far. I mean, he's sort of late, right? So who knows when he's going to come? I'm not going to keep my best clothes on, hoping the party will start. If it's been months now and nothing happens. This is what, like Dallas Seminary, Charles Ryrie and John, I think, Walvoord and others say, the business about the rapture, it's going to happen soon, but rather it could happen any time, so be ready. That in itself is a fallback position. And let's see. And one other little thing, 5:3, while people are saying there is peace and security, then sudden destruction will come upon them as labor pains come upon a pregnant woman, and they will not escape. But you won't be surprised, what to do. And then there's yet more material. And I guess I should mention this too, and then I'll try to wrap this up. In verse 5:19, do not quench the spirit, do not despise prophecies, but test everything, hold fast what is good, abstain from every form of evil. What does that mean? Well, I think it's all about charismatic phenomenon, that you it's good that you have that, but watch out, because remember in First Corinthians, there is prophecy, there's tongues, and then there's the discernment of spirits, because somebody could slip in a fake one. And I remember going to a Catholic charismatic conference decades ago, and they had already learned that you can't just let people spout off, because who knows what wacky thing they're going to smuggle into their prophecy. So they had a committee. There's a huge bunch of people at this thing, and they had this committee called the Word Gifts Unit. And if you thought you had a prophecy, the Holy Spirit saying, hey, get up there, give them what I told you to say. You had to go before this committee and tell them what the Holy Ghost was telling you. And if they said, I don't know, that doesn't ring true to me, sit down. It's just kind of funny, but when he knows that some of this stuff is crazy, and so he says, test them all. It might be a real gem from the Holy Spirit, but it might be some jerk just looking for attention. So don't reject prophecy, right? Don't despise prophesying. And again, I can't resist an anecdote. I knew this guy in the student government at Montclair State, not that it matters. He was really Pentecostal and very intelligent fellow, a very nice guy. He was so Pentecostal he wouldn't even go to the doctor if he was sick because he was going to let Dr. Jesus heal him. Now that's going pretty far. And yet this guy said that he did not believe in continuing prophecy. And I said, I can't believe it. How is that possible? You believe in the speaking in tongues, healings, all that stuff. What happened? And he said, well, in his church, every once in a while, some nut would come along and say, hear the word of the Lord. He sent me here and told me to take over the church. So from now on, you're going to have to listen to me. Well, the people in there, though they believed in all sorts of stuff, knew when they were being taken for a ride. They said, why don't you just get out of here, buddy? And my friend, the hyper Pentecostal, said, what are you going to do? You can't leave yourself open to just, any whim somebody has that they claim or think is a prophecy. That's what this means, I think. Don't just reject them in toto, but don't, well, like there's a saying of Jesus among the Agrapha where he says, be ye wise money changers. Don't take any wooden nickels. And I have to think that's the kind of thing involved here. So what does this have to do with the dating of it? Well, it shows you that the initial surge of charismatic sectarianism is about to pass away, just like 1 Corinthians 13. He says, well, yeah, tongues, prophecy, they're pretty good as far as they go, but really, come on, something better should occupy you, and that's faith, love, and faith, hope, and love. You see, somebody is saying, can we just forget all the fireworks, maybe? Is it really worth the trouble? And so I think there are very likely markers in First Thessalonians, even though it's so short, that this comes from a later period. Plus, I think Bauer pointed out that, in the next to last verse of the letter, I put you under oath before the Lord to have this letter read to all the brothers. Why does he say that? I mean, it's ostensibly a Pauline letter that is directed to the congregation. Obviously, they're going to read it to the congregation. Why does he bother saying that? Well, Bauer pointed out it's because what the writer is, not Paul, is doing to say, you know how we always read the Pauline Epistles in church, part of the cycle of readings. Well, make sure you include this nifty new epistle. Paul would never have had to say this. This just shows that the writer knows he's not Paul, and he's trying to make sure that he's received as if he were. So you have to look real close, but there are these signs that make you wonder. Your job as an interpreter, an exegete, whatever, is not to find ways of you're not the bomb squad trying to remove all the problems. I think we can harmonize this. No, it's the most important thing to understand the text, not to like the text, not to read it as if it were as you would have written it. But anyway, so that's my package of skepticism for the moment. Any questions out there?
Solar Knight, thank you for your super chat. 2 Thessalonians 2:2. Day of the Lord has already come. Revelation 14:4. They follow Savior wherever he goes. 144,000 children fled Judea. A mimic Numbers 13 lists all tribes. Then under 20 chosen to flee into the promised land.
Yeah, this is another one of these things where in Second Thessalonians it says, now don't give heed to any letter ostensibly from us, Paul and his colleagues, or any prophecy ascribed to us saying the day of the Lord is here. It has arrived. Now, what does he mean? That somebody is saying in their neighborhood the second coming of Jesus in person actually happened? He came to the door, not Jehovah's Witness, but Jehovah himself, or do they mean realized eschatology? That because you do find that, especially in the Gospel of John. Lord, what has happened that you will not show yourself to everyone? And he says, well, if anybody believes in me, my Father and I will come to dwell in him. In other words, there's not going to be any big apocalyptic showdown like the lightning flashing from the east to the west. No. Change in plans. The kingdom of God, or it's the Gospel of Thomas, the kingdom of God that you expect, it's here already. You just don't recognize it. Oh, I thought it would be Technicolor and angels and all that. Well, sorry, you're just going to have to get used to it. So you revalue the profane world and make it the sacred that's hidden, which is just what Buddhism did, right? Originally, Theravada Buddhism said, you've got to become a monk or a nun, an ascetic, full-time meditation so you can leave this world of suffering and have a better incarnation or be finally liberated upon death. So you need to leave samsara, this worldly existence, and attain nirvana. Well, Mahayana Buddhism succeeded it up north, in North Asia anyway, and they said, no, the Theravada gang had it wrong. If you want to seek blessed nirvana, it's right here. You have to see through samsara, and you will see that its divine ground is nirvana. So you look at it a different way. Same thing, right? Again, that's a kind of fallback position. And so the writer of Second Thessalonians doesn't like any moment second coming apocalypticism, right? But he also doesn't like realized eschatology, which again is necessitated or posited anyway as a result of disappointment with the original apocalyptic schedule. So what does the writer do? He says, wait a minute. These guys that say it's happened, they're jumping the gun. And if you feel disappointment and abandonment, you're jumping the gun. It can't have happened yet. You're in too much of a rush. After all, remember I told you, which really means now I'm telling you. All these things have to happen first. Did you see the man of sin strutting his stuff in the Jerusalem temple claiming to be God? I don't think so. I didn't see it on the news. Did you see this, that, and the other thing? Of course not. So it can't have happened yet. Stop worrying. And this sounds an awful lot like the Olivet Discourse in Mark and edited in Matthew and Luke, where the whole thing is taken up with signs of the end, even though it says this generation will live to see it. It says the end is not yet. Don't worry, the end is not going to come. The gospel has to be preached to the whole world first. There are going to be earthquakes and stuff, but that's not the end. Don't get excited. It's like all of this stuff is to say, hey, it hasn't happened, but it wasn't really scheduled now. Well, originally it was, but now they're having to do some splaining, and that's what's going on in Second Thessalonians. And all that to say that, yeah, that is another fallback tactic, because history has bypassed the original apocalyptic expectation. And that makes Second Thessalonians a good bit later even than First Thessalonians. And when it says, don't be upset by some letter as if from us, he's talking about First Thessalonians, right? Oh yeah, some letter with my name on it says this and that. Yeah, even whether or not First Thessalonians is pseudographical, you can bet your sweet bippy that Second Thessalonians is. But anyway, any other comments to try to bring me back on track?
No new super chats currently. What are the major differences that you see between First Thessalonians and Second Thessalonians?
Well, the shift in apocalyptic expectation, for one thing, and let's see. Here is that passage, by the way. Oh, well, in Second Thessalonians 1, verse 5 and following, this is evidence of the righteous judgment of God, that you may be considered worthy of the kingdom of God, for which you are also suffering. Since indeed God considers it just to repay with affliction those who afflict you, and to grant relief to you who are afflicted, as well as to us, when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in flaming fire, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus. They will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, away from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his might, when he comes on that day to be glorified in his saints, and so forth. That is as close as any Pauline epistle ever comes to hell. And it's not that close, right? It's pretty bloodthirsty, right? Those who don't believe are going to be consumed in the fires of judgment. But think of Dresden or something. I mean, it doesn't talk about post-mortem torment forever. There are parts of the Bible that do, but this isn't one of them. And it's the most grievous passage that is in the Pauline epistles, right? In 1 Corinthians 15, we're told that all will be saved because of the obedience of Christ and so on. And there's at worst, the unbelieving dead will not rise, but there's nothing about them being barbecued in the infernal pits. So that might be a hint that we're on our way to a hell doctrine, and that it wasn't original. It certainly is not mentioned in First Thessalonians. Then in chapter 2, you got all the stuff about the Antichrist and how he's going to do his mischief, and Jesus will make short work of him when he gets back. Oh yeah, one other thing I meant to mention about First Thessalonians, and this too is a possible sign of its post-Pauline character. You know how in First Corinthians it says that Christ was put to death by the archons of this age, which in the usual Pauline usage means the principalities and powers, the evil angels that rule the world. And conservative scholars say, well, that means that these are the devils that rule behind the throne of Rome and Parthia and so forth, and that the earthly rulers are just their unwitting dupes and puppets, kind of like in the Lord of the Rings, Grima Wormtongue has hypnotized the king of what is it, Denethor, the king of Rohan, until they break the spell. And they say, oh yeah, it was Rome, it was Pilate, and it was the Sanhedrin, but the real culprits were the whispering demons behind the throne. Colossians again says that in the cross he brought to naught the principalities and powers and all that, implying again maybe no earthly forces. And of course, according to mythicism, which I favor, the idea is that the earliest Christians believed in some kind of heavenly conflict and so forth, that Jesus was a heavenly being who was crucified in the upper world, and so forth, and was part of astrology, and which was rife in apocalypticism. Now here, I'm sorry, back in First Thessalonians, you have the only Pauline, if it is, reference to the Jews putting Jesus to death. Now, in my opinion, that is part of this let's blame the Jews. Not the Romans even, but if, like, you might say that originally they said Christ had died in heaven. After all, John sees him as a lamb that was slain in heaven, right? And so forth. And it even says he was slain from before the foundation of the world. Well, couldn't have been in Calvary, that's for sure. But some think that's the earliest New Testament book, by the way. Well, according to mythicism, the historicizing trend was a later attempt to concretize Jesus into a historical founder, so that the emerging Catholic Church could claim copyright. They would say, hey, look, you Gnostics, you're a bunch of nuts. You're playing Can You Top This? Oh, you got a revelation from the heavenly Christ? I got one that tops that, which they did. And so it was, the Orthodox response, as Irenaeus says, was, yeah, you're kidding yourselves. We were ordained by people who were ordained, etc., by Jesus himself. We got it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. You can't say that. And so they had a reason for concretizing it. And just as subsequently they took the blame off of Rome for the death of Jesus once he was historicized, and put it on the Jews with infamous results, then this would imply that First Thessalonians is already toward the end of that process, and thus later. In the less disputed, I don't want to say undisputed Pauline letters, you have these statements like he was made in the likeness of sinful flesh. He assumed the form of a man. Why not just say the Word was made flesh, or he became a man? Maybe those so-called Pauline texts were docetic. I tend to think they were. But that's way more than you wanted to know. I just can't put a sock in it.
And that kind of reminds you of what Philippians says about Jesus being a pre-existent being, and also the Gospel of John about the
Yeah.
Word. The
Oh,
Word
yeah.
becoming flesh.
Yeah, that he wasn't even known as Jesus. Yahweh saves until after the exaltation, whatever it was, and that there wouldn't have been a guy named Jesus running around if he received the throne name of Jesus after the exaltation. So Yeah, and the Acts of John, right? That's kind of in the same ballpark as the Gospel of John, but it is explicitly docetic. Jesus with a phantom body that can change density, like the Greek gods.
We got another super chat question from Solara Knight again. Thank you for your super chat. Under 20, Israel have not been with woman virgins, Revelation 14:4, which describes 144,000, as those not defiled with women, for they are virgins.
Yeah, a very interesting thing in Bruce Molina's book, The Genre and Message of Revelation. He thinks that this is talking about battling angels who certainly appear in the book of Revelation, and that these were the righteous angels, the 2/3 of angels who didn't seek sexual relations with mortal women, and that it's not talking about encretism, the belief that Christians had to embrace celibacy to be saved. I've long thought that was the point, but what he says is very striking. That these are angels who didn't fall, and how did the ones who did fall do it? By cohabiting with mortal women and giving birth to the Nephilim and so on. Well, these were the good guys, so that may well be what it means. And now, what does that mean? One from every tribe, or 12 from every tribe, could mean guardian angels, because, like in Daniel, I think Michael, is the patron angel of Israel, and he had to fight the king of Persia, the angelic king who was in charge there, and goes back to Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, I think it is, where when Elyon created the human race, he divided it up so that each of his 70 sons would have a fiefdom to rule. But then, some of them fell in Genesis 6 and so forth. So Molina thinks it has to do with that. And since, in general, Revelation is repeating the primordial history, because you've got the dragon Leviathan, for Pete's sake, in Revelation. The last we heard of him was in old traditions found in the Psalms, Job, and Isaiah. And he's still around, according to this, or he's making a comeback, because the beast is the human form, the human avatar of Leviathan, the seven-headed dragon. Well, if they're thinking in those terms, then it might well be that the 144,000 virginal characters are the unfallen angels. Who knows, right? Or maybe we can have a seance and get John of Patmos in here and say, what did you mean by that? Boy, that would clear up a lot of things.
John Macker 6490, thank you for your super chat. How did Christians come up with hell?
Well, ultimately, it's based on the geography of Sicily. Believe it or not, it's got like fumaroles, hot geysers, lava pits, and stuff like that, and the Neo-Pythagoreans, like Apollonius of Tyana, for instance, they went on a big missionary binge throughout they were in Sicily, and they went to the east, and the idea of this fiery underworld, because that's what you'd assume if the hot stuff is coming up from the ground, right? That the fiery underworld was the place of judgment for the dead. And so in Greece, for instance, they had the idea of Hades just as a place of shadows and kind of boring, but not torment. Similarly in Babylon and in the Old Testament, Sheol was just a dusty, shadowy sort of parking garage for the shades of the dead. But then later in Greek religion, they decided, well, maybe there is a moral factor here. If you were righteous, why shouldn't you be rewarded for it? So they said, okay, you guys, when you die, will go to the Elysian fields where it'll just be, like in the Monty Python Meaning of Life movie, Christmas every day, Christmas in heaven. I hope you see that movie if you haven't already. It's great. And if you were wicked, well, I guess there's plenty of room in Tartarus. Zeus consigned the giants and the titans whom he defeated down there in, as First Peter said, confinement in chains of darkness. They simply did the same thing with the fallen angels. Most of them were just trapped in Tartarus. And eventually they said the unrighteous would go there too. Now, there were different views of this. I don't think there was any orthodox doctrine of this in Judaism yet. But all of these people, they just sort of assimilated this idea of a fiery pit of torment during what we call the intertestamental period. Gehenna, that's an interesting little footnote. Jesus threatens people. I think it's better to have if your hand causes you to sin, it's better to chop it off and throw it away. Better that than having both hands when you go to the Gehenna of fire. You won't get out of there until you've paid the last cent, and so forth. That's some people have said, based on a medieval writer, that Gehenna was actually a big residue area at the foot of Mount Zion, and they eventually they said, like the corpses of criminals who couldn't have honorable burials, or unclean animal carcasses would be burned there. But it turns out archaeologists have found no bones of any kind there, so that was apparently just guesswork. But one thing we do know was they first thought of Gehenna as a subterranean fire pit where the fire god Moloch, or Molech, take your pick, ruled, and that's where it was also called Tophet. I think Jeremiah calls it that, where people would sacrifice their infants, believe it or not, on these barbecue grills, basically, as horrifying as the whole idea is, to feed Moloch. And that's what the firstborn sacrifice originally was. And but it wasn't a place of post-mortem torment. It was just a horrible way for these poor babies to die. But in light of this Greek influence, it was turned gradually into the hell we know and hate. So it's a complicated thing, like a lot of this stuff. It evolves and develops. When people tell me that, well, I think I'm free of the old dogmatic beliefs, but I got to admit I'm still scared of going to hell. And I always say, look, if this were real, why is nobody warned about it for hundreds of years until the first century BCE, CE, or BCAD, if you prefer? What a dirty trick. How come this only appears late in the day? And how can you square it with any kind of loving God? Well, the Marcionites couldn't. They said that the Father of Jesus Christ could never treat anybody that way. He doesn't. There may be a being that does, but that's not the Christian deity. Fascinating. One thing interlocks with another.
We got another super chat question from Solar Knight. Thank you for your super chat. Trash pit that burns in let me start over on that. Trash pit that burns in Jerusalem refers to Gehenna, the valley of Hinnom.
Yes, that's right. And that's what they thought it was, but archaeology shows no, well, it was just a guess that they made in the Middle Ages. They had no way of knowing it because even if it had been, you wouldn't see the detritus exposed above ground by that time. But modern archaeologists have excavated around the base of Mount Zion where it was supposed to be. Because the idea was the temple on the top of the mount was supposed to be uh, the mount of assembly that is mentioned in Isaiah 14. I will be like the Most High. I will ascend to Mount Zaphon, the assembly place of the gods. So the temple, they believe, was like the antechamber of heaven, if not actually somehow heaven itself. And at the base of it, they figured there was the fire kingdom of Moloch. And eventually, I guess they figured it was the door to the hell of torment. But all of this evolved in ways still traceable. It's quite fascinating.
The Epistle to Philemon is the smallest of the letters of Paul, and also the shortest of the so-called 7 letters of Paul, the 7 authentic ones, or the lucky 7, as you like to call them. When you read Philemon, what jumps out at you when you read it, and what is in there that indicates to you that it is yet another forgery?
Well, the biggest thing is something W.C. von Manen pointed out, that it sounds so much like one of the letters from Pliny Secundus, or Pliny the Younger, where it's the same basic scenario. He's interceding for an escaped slave, etc. It's astoundingly close to this, and it just makes you think that, is this simply a Christian rewrite of this? I wish I had the text in front of me, but it's in any collection of Pliny's letters, and that's one thing. But there's another problem that kind of jumps out at me right at the beginning. Paul, a prisoner for Christ Jesus, and Timothy, our brother, to Philemon, our beloved fellow worker, and Apphia, or however you say it, our sister, and Archipus, our fellow soldier, and the church in your house. And then, it's obvious he knows these people, but they're supposed to be in Colossae, and are mentioned in Colossians. But how can that be if he says well, let's see what he actually says at the beginning of Colossians. In Colossians, no, I'm sorry. He says he's not been there. He doesn't know their church personally, but rather his colleague Epaphroditus, I think it is, has been Epaphras, as it calls him here. At yes, 7. Just as you learned it from Epaphras, our beloved fellow servant. He is a faithful minister of Christ on your behalf, or on our behalf. Different manuscripts have different readings, and has made known to us your love in the Spirit. And so from the day we heard, we have not ceased to pray for you, asking that you may be filled with the knowledge of his will and all spiritual wisdom and understanding, etc., and so forth. But in Philemon, he knows them well. I don't know how you would. I mean, this is this is a real problem, in that whoever knew enough to refer to characters in Colossians, how could he make such a goof? What, did he know them or not? And it just seems very, very strange that somebody just forget. Um, like, mentions his associates Aristarchus and Mark and Epaphras and so forth. And so, what's the deal? And also the idea this is kind of an important one, at least in terms of a kind of apologetics, because there are these passages in the other letters which say slaves obey your masters in all things, which has kind of unpleasant possibilities included within it. But here it's at least the way apologists treat it. It's got Paul trying to do his bit to plant the seed to oppose slavery in the name of Christ. But if that's the case, it's tiny as a mustard seed, right? Because what's the point of this? The way scholars read between the lines, and this does sound plausible to me, Onesimus whose name means useful, by the way, and it's the subject of various puns in the letter. Well, he wasn't much good to you. He wasn't very useful, but now he is useful. It's like he's poking him in the ribs. Yeah, I get it, Paul. But this guy was a slave and ran away from his master. And as I'm sure everybody here knows, that was like a capital offense. That's one of the things that got you a ticket to the cross. And if you were captured, obviously. And this guy did flee. We're not told why. I mean, you'd think a slave would flee if he was being abused, but you don't really want that implication, right? Because that implies that his Christian master was beating the hell out of him or whatever. But he's in trouble. He now realizes he's in trouble, and he remembers Paul, it seems, from his visits to Philemon's master's house, Onesimus's master, Philemon, his household. And so he's on the lam, and he thinks, gee, where can I crash? Good old Paul, I believe he's not far from here. I'll take shelter with him and hope he will hide me for a while till I can figure out what to do. But apparently he was not yet converted to Christ, and Paul manages to, I don't want to say this in an invidious way, but sort of takes advantage of the guy's state of vulnerability. Says, you could really use faith in Christ. He'll take care of you. Oh, okay. And so Paul says, here's what we'll try to do. I was instrumental in Philemon's conversion too, and he owes me one. And so I'm going to write a letter on your behalf asking him to just overlook the thing, given that you're repentant and you're going back home. Won't you give him a break here? It's me, Paul, asking, you owe your own salvation to me. So how about it? And of course, he's putting Onesimus in a heck of a situation, because if he takes this letter back to Philemon, Philemon could crumple it up and say, nothing doing, you SOB. It's the cross for you. Oh, no. What was the result if this was actually a Pauline letter? Edgar J. Goodspeed, a great early 20th century New Testament critic, he believed that since in the Ignatian epistles one of the churches to whom Ignatius, or pseudo Ignatius, is writing has a bishop named Onesimus. And now this wasn't really an uncommon name, right? But he says, Onesimus, could this be the same guy? I bet it was. And that so he was genuinely converted. He went back home. Philemon was impressed, gave him his freedom, as Paul requested, by the way. And that's a heck of a request. He wants him not only not to prosecute Onesimus, but to free him, because Paul has learned to rely on him. You know, he goes to the post office for him, goes and picks up the pizza and so on. So Goodspeed figured that, yeah, he eventually became the bishop of this house church, or bigger concern by then, I guess. And that, gee, you know, who would have had more of a reason to want to collect the Pauline epistles? I'll bet it was Onesimus, because he owed so much to a single, albeit minor, epistle of Paul. He would have been so grateful. He would have wanted to carry on Paul's legacy, and that he went around to the various churches and, do you have any letters from Paul here? Because if so, I'd like to make them more broadly available. Oh, you do, huh? It gets to Corinth, and they said, well, yeah, we have these scraps. Nobody really took care of them. They lined a bird cage with a page of this one, and so on. But here's what we've got. And Onesimus or somebody would have said, well, like the Dead Sea Scrolls scholars, right? They got a bunch of tattered scraps, holding them with tweezers. Let's see if we can restore the jigsaw puzzle here. According to Goodspeed, that Onesimus was a major character, or so he theorized, right? He wasn't dogmatic about it, but he said, boy, that's tempting. It would make a lot of sense, and it would give us some idea of who collected the epistles and why they did it. Well, yeah, it would if it were true, but that's just what we don't know. That helps you avoid a Marcionite connection, because Goodspeed's student, Knox, thought maybe it wasn't Onesimus, but he preserved as much of the theory as he could, but he thought that Marcion was the one, if I'm not mistaken, who made the first collection of the epistles and so forth. So if that's the case, then Philemon is, in a sense, the thing that started the snowball growing into the Pauline canon. And if for no other reason, if that's true, it would make Philemon quite a pivotal document in canonical history. But who knows? There aren't a lot of references to things going on. But it really is a great fun epistle because of the puns and stuff. And I'm not going to actually tell you what to do, but you do owe me your salvation. Let's not forget that. And it's very clever, the whole thing. And but it does seem to me that it's late because of the confusion. Is this by a guy that knew this family in Colossae, or who only knew them through a representative of his? That's an oddball thing, it seems to me. And that kind of authorial confusion seems to me to hint that something is not straight here.
We got a super chat question from Solar Knight. Thank you for your super chat. Aphia, Philemon, and Archipus were stoned to death in Colossae by other pagans. Explain real order of Melchizedek, still active today, Hebrews 5:6.
Were they? What's the origin of the idea of the martyrdom of these three people? I don't think it says that in Philemon. Does it in Colossians somewhere?
It's probably referring to later church martyrologies.
Because I never even heard of their names, but obviously you have. It's good to, I'll have to check that out. Um, and as to the order of Melchizedek, you do know, I'm sure, that the Latter-day Saint, the Mormon church, still keeps that active, or they have used that name for their ordination, though I believe all male members at least are inducted into the priestly order of Melchizedek. And this thing for which they get uncharitably ridiculed, having sacred underwear, that's a nasty way of putting it. It's like, since they're all priests technically, which is certainly a New Testament idea, right? We're priestly people and all that. And the Old Testament priests had certain linen, a linen ephod and garment and so forth. They have such a thing. And but what was the original biblical order of Melchizedek? It goes back to Genesis 14 with Abraham, after he and his ally, I always crack up at this, Chedorlaomer. I always say, I guess he invented the cheddar cheese or something. But anyway, this guy was the king of Sodom, and he teams up with Abraham to battle these other kings, and which Abraham does, because Lot has been taken prisoner, and he gets him back and so forth. And he then goes to offer, I think, a tithe of his taking, his loot from the war, to Melchizedek, the priest of El Elyon. It says, the maker of heaven and earth. And Melchizedek comes out publicly to greet and bless Abraham. May be blessed by El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth. And then in return, Abraham says, may you be blessed by Yahweh El Elyon, as if they're the same God, which they're not in Deuteronomy 32, interestingly. But this guy was the priest king of Salem, or which became Jerusalem. So he would have been, what the heck? A Semitic king, a Jebusite, I guess. And apparently all of their kings, it was a city-state, and right between Israel in the north and Judah in the south. And when David became king and had the United Kingdom, at least according to the story, I don't know if archaeology backs that up, he chose Jerusalem to be his capital for the same reason that Washington, D.C. was chosen to be the capital of the United States. It was neither part of the North or the South, so neither section could lord it over the other. It's right on the border. Well, they had this line of sacred priest kings through most of the history of Judah, at least, well, Israel and Judah, they had priest kings like Solomon. Solomon is the one that supposedly built the Jerusalem temple and offered sacrifice in it. Now, shortly thereafter, you don't hear that anymore. The priesthood and the royal throne were two different offices, but at first, the story goes, they were continuing the pattern of the Jebusite kings. Melchizedek, which means Zedek is my king. Zedek was a Jerusalemite god. His name means righteousness. And Melchi, another version of Molech or Milcom or Malak. It's the consonants in Hebrew words that determine the range of meaning. The vowels are negligible. And so Melchizedek was a throne name. Zedek is my king, the divine king. And there's another one the Bible mentions, Adonai Zedek. Well, that obviously means that Zedek is my Lord. So there were some variations on it. And Psalm 110 appears to be part of the ordination liturgy of the Hebrew kings when it was that office was still united with the priesthood. And let's take a fast look at that. This one is quoted quite often in the New Testament because they apply it to the risen Christ. Okay. Yahweh says to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. In other words, your foot will be on their neck. You will have defeated them. Yahweh sends forth from Zion your mighty scepter. Rule in the midst of your enemies. Your people will offer themselves freely on the day of your power in holy garments. From the womb of Shahar, most translations say the womb of the morning, but it's actually a proper name, Shahar, the dawn goddess. You know how it says in another psalm, if I take the wings of the dawn and fly away to the uttermost limits of the earth, even there you'll find me. The wings of Shahar, the light that first appears along the horizon just before the sun appears to rise. Well, she was a goddess, and her brother was Shalman, the evening god, the sunset god. Solomon was named for him. Okay. From the womb of Shahar, the dew of your youth will be yours. Actually, the dew, that's another divine name, but they've kind of suppressed that because they don't like you to know that the Israelites were polytheists. Okay. Verse 4, Yahweh has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. Aha! King and priest on the throne in Jerusalem, just like he was. Adonai, the Lord is at your right hand. He will shatter kings on the day of his wrath. He will execute judgment among the nations, filling them with corpses. He will shatter chiefs over the wide earth. He will drink from the brook by the way, therefore he will lift up his head. Not quite sure what that's supposed to mean, but this is obviously a hymn sung to and by different parts of the newly enthroned priest king of Jerusalem. I guess they continued to use it even when they had separated the offices. But nonetheless, this is quoted several times in the New Testament saying this is really a prophetic anticipation of Jesus. That's kind of getting the cart before the horse, actually, because but there is a relation, because the idea that Jesus being enthroned at the right hand of God, right, of the throne right next to him, that's part of the original coronation liturgy. And they figure that the messianic king Jesus is therefore the anointed or Messiah of God and the Son of God, and the priest on the order of Melchizedek. And you know how big that looms in the Epistle to the Hebrews. There's this whole fascinating history of what they did with these powerful symbols. But originally, it had to do with every Hebrew king. All of them were considered God's sons and God's anointeds or messiahs, and of course, both, even when they split the offices, both king and priest were anointed ones. The anointing oil symbolizing the Spirit of God, giving them wisdom and power. So I know you didn't ask for a whole darn dissertation on that, but yeah, that's the priesthood of Melchizedek. And again, as far as I know, it's only the Mormons who have revived that. Just like they have baptism, vicarious baptism for the dead. Fascinating folks.
Solar Knight, thank you for another super chat. Enemies a footstool, a Roman emperor speaking.
Jewish king, but it is the same idea that your enemies will be reduced to degradation. That now they're really good for nothing except being slaves, and here's the ultimate humiliation of a foreign king. But that is the idea. It kind of recalls one of the parables in Luke, where Jesus says, imagine a guy that goes away to receive the kingly position to be granted by the emperor, and suppose his subjects, because he's already in effect a king, he wants it made official. They say, no. If he's made officially the king, we will never hear the end of it. So they send a delegation to the emperor and said, please, we will not have this man to reign over us. In fact, this is based on, I believe, Archelaus, one of the sons of Herod. So the guy gets the job anyway. And when he comes back, he says, well, I know some of you didn't want me to be king, but I'm afraid you backed the wrong horse. Bring those bastards in and kill them right in front of me. The floor show. Yikes. That's the same idea here. Only it's the kings of defeated countries will be reduced to being a piece of furniture. But yeah, that is, it might as well be a Caesar. It's the same sort of thing.
What do you think the point to forging the epistle to Philemon was?
It might have been an attempt to get Christian slave owners to consider manumitting them, because that's almost sounds like I'd be reading in modern sensibilities in there, but no, the Stoics were already teaching that slavery was against nature. I think some others did too, so that was not an exclusively modern development. They already had, if I don't know that they had a campaign for abolitionism. Politics and government didn't work that way then. But early Christians, I believe already in the 2nd century, were fundraising to get enough money to buy Christian convert slaves, to buy them and say, well, now that I own you, I'm setting you free, brother. And so they had a liturgy of manumission of slaves. If they were doing that early, and they were, I suspect that creating the Epistle of Philemon was a way of making that not only legitimate, but encouraging Christians to do it. Because if Paul said to do it, well, I guess we better. And but you couldn't actually have him say, let's free all the slaves, because that would have been just so anachronistic. People would say, what? I never heard of anybody saying that. But again, the seed was planted, and it took root, right? Because they did have these manumission ceremonies. That's one of the reasons Christianity was so popular and grew so well. It's funny to me, ironic that some apologists, like what's his name, Holding, um, says he it's some sort of a book where he said that Christianity was so stupid and repulsive in the eyes of its contemporaries that you have to credit it with God hypnotizing people into being converted. Because if it was simply a choice to make, they'd have never made it. It was just too offensive. Get out of here. If anything, it's just the opposite. Christians were known, as Tertullian says, and as Julian the Apostate said, were noticed for being on the job during the frequent building collapses, earthquakes, pestilences. They would to their own people, but also unbelievers. They didn't care. They would try to help anybody that needed it. They were against infant exposure. I mean, that seems obvious now, but it wasn't. In fact, there's a great surah in the Quran that says, on the day of judgment, when the dead rise, the girl infants who were buried alive will come out and say, what did we do to deserve that? And that was part of Islam outlawing infant exposure. Why'd they do that? Why did Roman pagans do that? Well, they were afraid of having too many mouths to feed if they had girls. Just think of Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. This guy has 4 daughters, no sons, and the daughters can't inherit once he dies. And so his wife is desperately trying to get them all married off. Well, that was the same sort of thing, only in ancient Rome. They'd have just as soon killed them. I mean, literally put them out to the curb for the garbage to pick up. As horrific as it sounds. Of course, we're pretty close to that, it seems to me, with the abortion Holocaust. I realize there are arguments on both sides, but I'll just level with you and tell you I think it is a horrific mistake. But early Christians were against that too. In some of the very early documents, like the Apocalypse of Peter and the Didache and so forth, they say that if you abort infant to be, you got a place waiting for you in hell. And they did stop the when they had the power, the exposure, but life has become pretty cheap again, sadly. Anyhow, there were a lot of noble things going on in early Christianity, and the manumission of slaves was also one of those things that made the faith attractive when other faiths didn't bother with it. I mean, good book on that, by the way, would be E.R. Dodd's, Dodds, Pagan and Christian in an Age of Anxiety. And another good one by sociologist Roger Stark, Christian, I think it's Christian Begin. What is it? No, The Rise of Christianity. He shows that there's nothing all that surprising about the rate of growth of early Christianity. And he points out a lot of the same things. And Holding's just trying to build a God of the gaps thing. For Christianity to have succeeded, it must have been divine inspiration. No, you're insulting your own religion when you say that. No, the early Christians had a lot to be proud of, and they ought to be given credit for it. Anyway, that may be why Philemon was written, to encourage that sort of thing.
What do you make of the argument that's noted by Heinrich August Wilhelm Mayer? I think that's his name. He wrote in a book. It's titled "The Critical and Exegetical Handbook to the Epistles of the Philippians and Colossians," Volume 9. It's published in 1875. And in the footnote here, he writes, Hitzig, in page 31, gives it as his opinion that Archipus is indebted for his exhortation not to the apostle, but to the manipulator who knew this man indeed from Philemon too, but probably had in his mind the Flavius Archipus, well known from Pliny's Epistle 10, his 10th epistle. And that's what he's saying.
That would fit.
So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got yet another synchronicity between Pliny and Philemon and Colossians, I don't want to commit the error of saying, well, there would only be one or two people in the whole civilization with this name, so it has to be the same guy. No, but given the link with Pliny and all that, you really do have to wonder. Archipus just means horse trainer, by the way, and it wasn't that uncommon a name, but still, that's an interesting, meaningful coincidence in the sense of coinciding, not necessarily a chance agreement. So that would make sense. Where'd he get it? Maybe from Pliny.
Well, what's interesting about that is that we're told that at the end, or toward the end of Emperor Domitian's reign, Flavius Archipus, well, I don't know if it was toward the end, but it was sometime during Domitian's reign, Flavius Archipus was ordered to be released. And then there's a passage, I can't remember if it's in Philemon or Colossians, probably Colossians, in which it is stated that by Paul, or his co-author, one of them, that he should return to work in the Lord. Well, what stopped him from working in the Lord, such as his imprisonment? And then was he released? Is that why he said, return to work in the Lord? That seems to fit the idea that he's Flavius Archipus, who was imprisoned in the early 80s AD and was ordered to be released later on.
Yeah. I wonder if that's in the in the closing.
Let me get you the exact verse.
Yeah. I think it's in 4, Colossians chapter 4. Let me
Colossians 4:17.
Yeah. And say to Archippus, see that you fulfill the ministry that you have received in the Lord. And you've got Onesimus in here too. Tychicus will tell you all about my activities. He's a beloved brother and faithful minister and fellow servant of the Lord. I've sent him to you for this very purpose, that you may know how we are, and that he may encourage your hearts. And with him, Onesimus, our faithful and beloved brother, who is one of you. They'll tell you of everything that has taken place. And Aristarchus, my fellow prisoner, greets you, and Mark, the cousin of Barnabas, etc., etc. And Luke, the beloved physician, greets you, as does Demas, and so forth. That's interesting to me, because I believe Demas is also mentioned in Second Timothy as having departed and left Paul awaiting his trial, because there's a theory out there that Apollonius of Tyana was the same as Paul, and that the two names might even be related. And in the Life of Apollonius by Philostratus, when Apollonius is awaiting trial before Domitian, from which he miraculously escapes, he sends Demas, almost the same name as Damas, back east, where he then shortly rejoins him, having miraculously teleported across Europe to get there bodily. There's all kinds of fascinating dots to connect here.
Well, in order to believe that, you would have to believe that Apollonius of Tyana was rewritten to be a Christian because he wasn't one.
Mm-hmm. Well, some people say, and again, this is a wild shot in the dark that I don't accept. Some think that Apollonius and Jesus were the same guy. Now, there are a lot of similarities, and between and some of Paul's itinerary matches the same cities in the same order that Apollonius visited, but who the heck knows? But Apollonius is very important for New Testament studies, because the Philostratus's biography, or should I say hagiography, of Apollonius in form is so much like the Gospels that Eusebius tried to brush it off, saying, well, it's copied from the Gospels, but it's so different in other ways. I don't see that. But what it's famous for is showing that the genre of Gospels was not a uniquely Christian invention, because these religious hero biographies, like I think there are 4 lives of Pythagoras written with miracle stories and the like, and there's a satirical one by Lucian of Samosata, the Proteus Peregrinus, sort of sometime cynic, sometime Christian, who immolates himself and flies up to heaven from the pyre as in the form of an eagle, and so forth, so that gospel type stories were not unheard of or unusual. I did a long piece in the first revival issue of the Journal of Higher Criticism a few years ago, called "Was There a Historical Apollonius of Tyana?" in which I argue probably not. And I try to say that's the case because it's relevant to the parallel case of Jesus. Are we really dealing with biographical information in the Gospels? Well, how about the similar genre writing, the life of Apollonius? And I conclude, no, it's pretty much the same kind of fictional stuff. Maybe neither one of them was any more than a narrative heroic paradigm for the reader to emulate. But yeah, there are all these connections. If you haven't read that, everybody would enjoy reading Apollonius. It's really fascinating. I'm sorry, Jacob, go ahead.
Just to correct myself, because I think I might have said his name wrong. I think I said August after Wilhelm when I meant to say Heinrich August Wilhelm Mayer.
Oh.
That's the one I was referring to earlier. The author of that critical and exegetical handbook to the epistles to Philippians and Colossians. One last thing before we go is, what do you make of the arguments that some, like Dr. Joe Wilson, makes that the epistle to Philemon, when it talks about Philemon, is actually referring to the slave the slave critic, the Philemon of Athens? He lived about 300-400 years before Jesus. He was critical of slavery. I don't remember if he was a full-scale abolitionist, but he was a critical of slavery. What do you make of that?
I never heard of that. That's fascinating. So if this is an ideal character, and to promote the idea of freeing slaves, at least who were Christians, whatever, that would make an awful lot of sense. You know, what name you're going to pick? And yeah, that's good. I've learned something here.
Yeah, I might be misremembering some details, but Philemon of Athens, or Philemon the poet, he said something about slavery. I just can't exactly remember
Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
off the top of my head right now what those exact details are.
Hmm.
But I found the argument pretty convincing that
Yeah.
Philemon is really him. It's the same person, and he's either Paul or the person pretending to be Paul or somebody else, or if it really is by Paul, either way, was making up a fictional Christian called Philemon based on him.
You know, Philemon appears implicitly in Acts 14, I think, when Paul and Barnabas are preaching to the Lycaonians, I think, and they think that Paul and Barnabas are Zeus and Hermes, or Jupiter and Mercury, and that's a reflection of the Greek story set before the flood, when Zeus and Hermes are going door to door on earth to check out the state of mankind. Are these people bad enough that we ought to drown them all like rats? Well, let's just go and do a candid camera thing. And they go to 3 houses, and the only one that's any good is a hut in which Baucis and Philemon live. They're an old couple, and they have virtually nothing to eat or drink, but what little they have, they give to these trick-or-treaters. They don't know that they're gods, and because of that charity, they ferret out that these are gods. And they say, well, yeah, you caught us. You're right. And for this, you're going to stay together forever, because when you die, we will make you two into trees holding up the lintel of a temple to Zeus. And then that comes up again in Revelation. To him who overcomes, I will make a pillar in the house of my God. So they don't use the names, but it has to be a reference to Baucis and Philemon. There's an interesting little vein in the New Testament with that name.
Solar Knight, thank you for your super chat. Word man means Satan in ancient Sanskrit.
Oh, I have no idea. Christian Lintner once told me that if I really wanted to study Christian origins, I had to learn Sanskrit. That's never going to happen. I'll leave that to you. But, wish I knew it.
Well, all right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and close. Again, the link to purchase The Amazing Colossal Apostle will be in the description below in the pinned comment, including the other books that Bob has written and published over the years, and also a link to his Substack page as well. And that being said, Bob, thanks for joining me tonight.
Okay, I hope you get better real quick.
Hello viewers, thanks for watching this video from the History Valley YouTube channel. Please don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if any of you wish to further support this channel, please consider checking out this channel's Patreon page and becoming a patron, and or donate through PayPal or through Super Chat during a live stream. Thank you.